Are we live? I think we're live. I think. Okay. It didn't give me the option to add a description. So let's see if I can do that real quick. Wow, this is very slow. Okay. Is it going to let me add a description or what? God damn it. I'm going to have to do this before we start anything because a description would be nice. Let's see here. I'll just copy half of the description from one of my other videos. Let's see. Almost ready. There we go. Just about ready. I can't type at this angle. Okay. We should be public. Boy, if only YouTube would make it easier to see. Okay. There we go. I am actually live. Okay. Wow, this laptop is really slow. It's got like a, I think an i5 5000 series, one of the really weird ones. I'm going to prop it up with this Wi-Fi card so it doesn't overheat because I have not repasted it. That is not stable. Okay. Yes, I see. Oh boy. A live broadcast where I actually managed to go live. I recorded on accident like a 3-hour MechWarrior 5 stream once and I wasn't even live. Like, why is no one watching? So, oh wow, we actually have more than 2 viewers. Okay, okay. Before we begin, hello. Yes, I actually have, as is expected, a donation to unbox. I've had to cut their address off because this I didn't want to, you know, dox them or anything. Oh, boy, I really am bad at opening boxes. Nope, did it again. Why is this so hard to do? Okay, ooh, we have a note. Heck yes. Note is stuck to the packing tape. Okay. Hi, Matt. Sending a few more hardware items your way. Oh, it's Geezer again. Whoa, we got motherboards. Okay. We have MSI Socket 1150 motherboard, i5 4590, that's a good one. Heatsink with fan, hardware and screws, i5 4690. Okay, I've never actually used a 4600 series. Has the back plate. Everything should be in solid working condition. Please keep shouting out things you may need. I am always on the lookout. Thanks for the great channel. Keep up the good. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. It really does feel good to be, oh, what's the word I want to use? It's not like noticed, but it feels good when people appreciate the stuff that you do, you know? Even if you're not doing it for attention. This is, man, the packing really, this guy knows how to pack things. Okay. We are going to probably, that is a heatsink. That is actually more, I thought that was going to be a stock cooler. This looks like ID cooling, maybe? We're probably going to put these things back in the box because I have so much stuff to work on today. And, I mean, the table's already full. This is a cool looking cooler. It's got an orange fan. Oh, wow, this is all tangled up. That's... Oh, boy. Oh, my God. Is this just the entire roll? Oh, my God, it is. Okay. Jesus. Okay. That's not going to be in my way later. Wow. Oh, no, it's Thermalright. Okay. That's a cool looking cooler. Exhaust. That looks like an exhaust. Interesting. Not going to look too closely at it right now, because again, we've got a lot of other stuff to get to. And I'm already looking at probably a 5 or 6 hour stream. But there's the CPUs. I can see the motherboard. I am already out of space. Okay. We'll pop it out just to show... Oh. That is a good looking motherboard. Oh my God. Wow. Okay, I'm glad I opened this. I was considering just like... Look at that. It is a B85 G43 gaming. As much as I make fun of the gaming stuff, this is actually pretty cool. Supports Crossfire, and looks like the 4590 is currently installed. This is sick. This is a cool system. Or at least will be once we finish it up. But I'm going to put everything back in this box, and we will get to the actual reason for this stream. Oh my God, I have so much crap on this table. Oh, definitely. That won't be in my way. I have turned off my air conditioning so that way it doesn't constantly drone. I was getting a lot of background noise. Okay. Okay, before we begin, we actually have to disassemble one particular system, and that is... Did you guys hear that? Ooh. Okay, let's see. Planning on building at least 4. We're going to look at another, so maybe 5. It really depends on how bad or good the other one looks. And if we've got time, we'll just keep going. I've got like 3 dozen computers in my apartment that I haven't shown on the channel yet. We also will be looking at a few things for potentially sending to Augie. I owe them a Windows XP gaming machine, which I'm pretty sure I know what I'm going to build. It's going to be a NVIDIA 680i motherboard, one of those BFG ones with a Core 2 quad, probably a Q8400 because I've got one. And I don't know, we'll play around with SLI or something. The second one, they want an older Windows 95 or 98 system. That one we're going to have to discuss on stream because, number one, those systems are getting very expensive these days. And number two, I've given a lot of them away. So, if we're going to do something older than the Pentium 3, we really got to start digging through my collection to see what I even have left. That isn't some weird dual slot A machine. Was Intel or AMD slot A? I know one of them was slot 1, one was slot A. I think AMD might have been slot A. Intel might have been slot 1. Let's see. 1 million? Yes, actually, we will be building an emulation PC very soon, now that you mention it. Our friend, Nick, he's the one who, it's still right here. He's the one who had me, oh boy, try to figure out what was in that mystery PC, which I believe ended up being a 3770 and a 1070, I think. He also tried to have me fix this Maximus Hero 7, and I don't think we were successful. I think we had issues with this. I don't know if we ever got the board working, but I know that the CPU that was in it ended up being dead, which sucked because it was a lapped 4790K. So we're going to set this aside. But Nick, we built a We built an X58 system for him, partially off screen, and then he came back because it had some issues, and we ended up fixing it and installing Vista. He wanted to turn that into a emulation machine because he had his fun with Vista and his GTX 285, only to realize that the Nehalem processors and associated, I think Westmere, don't support AVX, which is necessary for a lot of the emulation bits of software out there. So I'd like to build him a 4000 or 6000 series little ITX emulation machine so he can emulate. So yes, we will be doing that. He didn't know until just now. So, because he's probably going to see this. Yeah, okay, slot A was AMD. Perfect. I am doing pretty good today. So we have this, I think this is an Xazer 2 case. Really cool case from the early 2000s. Which way does this... I don't want to break it. Which way does this open? I know that this is a door. Does it... Is it locked? Oh, there we go. So here's our door. You're probably not going to see that. Oh, yeah, you actually can see that fairly decently. Because we still have sunlight, which is something I never get to see. So we got a... looks like a 48X DVD drive, which is pretty cool. You know what? It's probably going to be real loud, so I'll move the microphone over here. Yeah, that was still pretty loud. It really is. It's like... It's actually not too bad here in Ames. It's only like 80 degrees, give or take. But unfortunately, I'm on the 3rd floor and heat rises. So if I don't turn the AC back on eventually, it will get to like 95, 96 degrees in here. Let's see. Yes, it is. It is hot. Oddly enough, this Thermaltake case has Antec fans in it. I'm not sure why, but they're there. So what we're going to do at this moment in time is we need to disassemble this system. Oh, because my BIOS batteries are in the way. Because we're going to reuse this case. Now, we never took a huge look at this case to begin with, which is a shame because it is such a cool case. We kind of looked at the system. It's like I think that this is a socket 462 Athlon build, maybe Athlon XP. It's got an AGP card of some sort. I remember it being crap, and some sort of sound card. So before I lose, my phone's over there, I'm going to lose that too. I actually never screwed the graphics card back in. This is... It's an NVIDIA card. I think this was like something awful, like a Riva TNT or something. But we're not going to reuse it. I will keep it, because that's great for like a Windows 98, maybe a Windows 2000 build, but it's really not good for anything newer than that if you're talking about any type of performance. Let's get this motherboard out. My hope, my sincere hope, may have already... Oh, no, these are lifted up. Okay, I was going to say, we're putting in massive, humongous motherboards into these machines, and I was starting to get a little worried that it wasn't going to fit. Oh, wow. Hey, that's an Audigy. That's an original Creative Sound Blaster Audigy. That's sick. Okay. Cool. Let's remove these SATA cables because I can use those later. I am kind of breezing through the disassembly, I know, but I just... Wait. What? Okay, so the... Oh, yes. That's absolutely true for emulation. We have what looks to be a FireWire pass-through for the front panel FireWire. I'm not concerned. We're not going to use it. But I might just... What do I want to do with that? And what is this? Wait, do we have cold cathodes? No, that's a... Oh, that's a little tiny fan controller. Oh my goodness, I don't know if you can even see that. It's right here, zip tied to the case. That is attached to the Antec fan, And we also have an Antec 330 watt power supply, which is immediately going to be removed. Yeah, we're putting, in this particular case, I think it's getting this system. And, oh, the VRM heatsink had come off. I'm glad I noticed that. It's back on. Okay, so that's going to be cool. We're looking at dual Pentium 4s. So, yes. It really is a great looking case. I love these things. Now, what do I want to do now? Do I want to take the power supply out? I kind of do, because, number one, it needs to. I need my clippers, because there are so many zip ties in here. Got my webcam stretched very thin, so I'm going to try not to immediately drop the stream. Okay, we're good. This is a very well-built PC, and it is extremely early 2000s. I mean, we've got a purple fan holder for the rear fan, and an orange rear fan set as intake for some reason. We're going to fix that immediately. I'm sure this fan's fine and doesn't make any noise. It's fine. I've got spider webs on me now. Ugh. That's another thing. I prepared for this this Build-A-Thon type thing by spending 4 hours lugging computers and computer parts up from my spider-infested garage to my living quarters. So, you know, that's great. Looks like this. Boy, there's just 1,000 different Molex things. Early 2000s, you know. Oh boy, okay. I think getting rid of this power supply is the right call to get this done immediately. I don't think we care about this fan controller. It's cool. It is cool. Oh, that's stuck. But we really don't need it. We genuinely do not need this fan controller. So we're going to, at least for the moment, try and remove it to decrease the complexity. Maybe we'll use that in another system. This Antec fan actually has like a little, kind of looks like a diode. I know it's going to be impossible for me to show. I'd have to put the camera 2 inches from it. But it might have a little thermal sensor inside there. That's kind of nifty. Don't know what that would be used for, but ow. I've already cut myself. Okay. Perfect. What is there left to remove? Hey! Hey, this is one of those weird early ATX power supplies where it has the auxiliary 6-pin. This is not an AT connector. It looks like an AT connector, and it will fit in half of an AT connector, but this is not AT. This is a 6-pin auxiliary connector. Think pre P4 4-pin. So that's actually kind of cool. This power supply does work, and the fact that it has this means this is immediately a $50 power supply, because these are super, super rare. I did not notice that. That is super cool. Now let's get this darn thing out of here so I can have more space to work. What we are going to use instead is a much more modern power supply. We're looking at about, I think, 500 watts. I don't remember what I grabbed. I really should have looked at that a little more closely. I just kind of grabbed a bunch of crap and came up here. Took me like 12 trips. All the while, my neighbors were looking at me disapprovingly. Okay. Okay, we are free. We have, oh, there's a lot of splitters. They did not have enough Molex. Okay. That's good. Okay. That's true. You always gotta, you know, you make it a real build once you've bled on it. So, let's, you know what? We might reuse these ADE cables, because I know they work. Oh boy, come on. Everything about this, it's not that it's sticky, it's that it's been together for so long that a little tiny bit of corrosion has kind of formed on the pins and all that stuff, so it makes it hard to remove. So, let's get this motherboard out. I might steal the RAM as well, because that looks like DDR1, and a lot of what we're using today is going to be DDR1. One of these days I need to bring out my, I have a crazy 32-bit system with 16 gigs of DDR1 and Windows XP 32-bit with PAE enabled. That is Physical Address Extension. It allows a 32-bit operating system to address more than 4 gigabytes of RAM. I'm about to say something that I think is true, but I don't actually know for sure, so feel free to correct me in the comments. But I am convinced that even if you enable PAE, 32-bit programs are still limited to 4 gigs each. I mean, that makes sense to me. So enabling physical address extension really only helps you if you are heavily multitasking. And unless you're using, you know, one of these systems, which in 2001 had 2 cores and 4 threads, you really didn't need more than like a couple gigs of RAM. You couldn't take advantage of it. How many more screws do I have? 2. 2 screws and a bunch of spiders. Cool. Ah, boy, I think I'm not going to have a voice by the end of today, but you know what? I have got to get these systems built. I wanted to have the HEDT video done by like the end of, I think I was trying to get it done by the end of April. And here we are halfway through June. Okay, we're ready to remove. This heatsink is filthy. So is the motherboard, but I don't know how well you'll be able to see it unless I move it closer, but it is caked with dirt. I can't even see my laptop, so I don't know if you can see it. One of those Zalman flower coolers, very cool. And how much RAM do we have? We'll just pull out one. This is a 512 megabyte stick. I was hoping to see at least a single 1 gig stick, 512, so this is probably also 512, 256. 256. That is an odd combination. 1 and 1/4 gigabytes. So I'll set this over here, where I definitely won't forget about it. You know, as things want to do. Okay. Greetings from Germany. Ooh, another Iowa resident. Heck yeah, Denmark? I was wondering where you were from. Okay, I really should at least attempt to wipe some of the spiders out of here. So we're gonna... Maybe I do this instead. Okay, let's try that. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Who knew having cleaning solution on your rag would help it clean? Okay, that's pretty gross. So let's just set this on top of the RAM we just pulled out. Now, looks like we've got... I set this rear fan as an exhaust. This is no... What is that? That's... Oh, there's 1,000 screws in the back. Okay. So we have a top set for exhaust. I set this one, I flipped it around to exhaust. Do we have an intake? We do have an intake. Oh my goodness, and it's purple. Cool. So let's free the screws from the rear. Oh, they're not thumb screws. Oh, whoops. Oh. Okay. I'm gonna pull off this side panel because that rattling. No, thank you. Wait, was that? No, it was the correct one. Okay. Sometimes I find these cases have fine thread screws holding the back panels on, and I don't ever really understand that, because usually it's oh, it's unscrewed. It just doesn't want to. Oops. Okay. New plan. New plan is not working. Oh, new plan is partially working. Jesus. How does that come off? Also, what fell out? Floppy drive. Okay. Oh, hello, Bradley Moore. Yes, yes. Okay. Hello from Kentucky. Hello, Kentucky. Let's... Oh, I just lift. Okay. Ooh. Thermal sensor. Now, where are those screws? Here's one. Where's the rest? Got it. Okay. Good. Now I can put these screws back in and probably never pull off that side panel again because this is an early case and you can't really do anything back there. How did that floppy... Oh, it's got some sort of removal thing. Okay. Well, let's get that back in. We're not going to use it, but it's cool to have it. Besides, then when I turn on the PC, you can hear that... This is very cool for the self-test. There's still a screw back there. I give up. Those screws can live there for... Wait a minute, I see it. Where's my screwdriver? I see it. 1, 2. How many more? Okay, I think we're finally good. Okay. Now how did this fall out? Is this way? Okay, that's not a very secure method, but it does seem to work. Okay. Now, oh boy. Oh. What am I going to do for a hard drive? I thought about using some SCSI drives. That's gross. Don't know what that was. But the thing about SCSI drives is they're noisy, and quite frankly, I don't want to deal with any weird Windows XP drivers. I know that sometimes you have to load the drivers for storage like before you start the installation, and I've just had nothing but trouble with that. So let's get this started. Now this system, we have to, here we are, put the coolers on before we put it in the case because they have back plates. Fun fact, this is socket 604. We have a different system that's already built, thank goodness, that we're going to use for representing socket 603. Now, socket 604, 603, and 771 share a cooler hole pattern, so you can get a socket 771 cooler, which is abundantly available, and use it on a socket 603 and 604 board. What platform and CPUs? Okay, so there are 3 platforms that we're going to be using for early HEDT. This is the middle one. The first platform that we're going to use, I've actually already built a system for it. The first platform is, oh shoot, is that, it's not Irwindale. Phone, okay. We're going to look up what the first one was. I've already built the system. It was a couple years ago. I uploaded a video called The Behemoth, a Windows XP creation station. That is the first platform. It's 2 Pentium 4s at 1.6 gigahertz, I think. First generation Pentium 4s in socket 603. And those were terribly sorry. I don't want to tell you wrong, so let's go. We're net burst based. Foster Xeons. I thought that they were Prestonia, but they are not Prestonia. I think these ones might be Prestonia, but they could be, what was the next one? No, they're not Gallatin. I think that these ones here are Prestonia. What else was there? Well, yeah, these are Prestonia. These particular CPUs are... Okay, fun fact about these early ones. You actually have to remove the CPU because the speed, the cache, and the frontside bus are all listed on the bottom of the CPU. So these are 2.8 gigahertz with 512 kilobytes of cache on a 533 megahertz frontside bus. Just in case you care, it is SL6VN, which I believe is Prestonia. Feel free to look that up while I struggle to get this back into the socket. Wow. There we go. I have some of the Foster Xeons here. They are very readily discernible from the newer ones. They're so much larger. I think that these Fosters are 1.8 gigahertz, but I don't think they work. And this is an Irwindale at 3.2 gigahertz. So this is kind of a right in. What was that? Was that 2.6 for these? I think it was. We've got an AGP Pro slot. These particular sockets are socket 604. 603 was a flawed socket and only saw one CPU release, which was the Foster Xeons. I think there were like 8 of them. And just like socket 423, it was retired almost immediately. So that's that. I don't see any bulging capacitors, which is really good because there's a lot of capacitors on this board. We have 2 gigabytes of RAM. I need to upgrade that to 4 gigabytes. And despite the fact that there are 6 slots, we have 2 memory channels. I think. Could be wrong. This board only supports registered ECC. It does not support standard memory. Now, what I need to do is I need to use these heat sinks. I would like to use the better ones, which are these, but I need to save the better ones for the hotter CPUs, which are based on Prescott. So, let's get this pulled off. If I had been a smart man, I would have done this before the stream, but I learned how to do this whole streaming setup moments before hitting go live. So that was not quite an option. And this one, these backplates are like gold. You can find them by themselves, but it's kind of uncommon. Now here is where we find out if I was telling the truth, and yes, it looks like it will fit perfectly. Now, I want these systems to have the best chance possible of functioning, so we have ordered some ID Cooling Frost X55, which claims a 16.2 watts per meter Kelvin thermal conductivity. Now, perhaps a spoiler for an upcoming video. Oh, come on. We will be testing to see if that even makes any sense. We're going to take some of our worst thermal paste and slowly iterate up to our best thermal paste, which I think is this stuff right here. And we're going to see if it makes any difference at all, because I think it was Igor's lab that released a video stating that no thermal paste can physically get over 4 watts per meter Kelvin at standard operating temperatures. So, let's see. I actually did get So I didn't get that specific motherboard, but I did get a stand-in, which is effectively the exact same thing, just OEM branded instead of proper Intel Skulltrail. We have Skulltrail, the specific combination of chips that form the chipset for Skulltrail. My understanding is there is one other motherboard that used that specific combo, and that was the motherboard featured in the HP XW 8600 and to some extent the 6600. And I managed to get my hands on an 8600, which is kind of surprising because they go for like $600-700 on eBay. Not making the joke. And they just, I got mine for like $150, and it was fully loaded. So we actually have here, we have some faster CPUs that use the 1600 megahertz frontside bus of, I can't see a damn thing through that, of Skulltrail. These are E5472s. If I could have afforded the 82s, I would have gotten those, but the 72s were like $30 a piece, I think, while the 82s immediately jump up to like $80 a piece. My numbers are probably wrong there, but point is, after the 72, they just get expensive. But that does take advantage of the 1600 megahertz frontside bus, and it does have, I think, the larger cache that came with it, and it's effectively a slightly slower QX 9775. So we're doing pretty good on upgrades for that. What was I doing? Oh yeah, thermal paste. Yes, you are correct. This actual one is not socket 603, it's 604, but they look completely identical. So it's really hard to tell those two apart. The only difference is, as you can probably guess, pin count. This is a socket 604 CPU. This is 603. I don't know how well I'm going to be able to show this, but oh, there's a lot of shit here. At the top of the CPU here, I'm going to call it the top at least, you have one pin missing from the left, 2 pins missing from the right, while on a socket 604 CPU, got some dust in there, either way, you only have 1 pin missing from each side. Hopefully you got to see that. I can't see my laptop screen from there. But that is the physical difference between the CPUs, if you couldn't tell the big difference from one being physically larger. So, I appreciate that, thank you. Yes. Yes, you do gotta love NetBurst. How do I open this? You just pull? Okay. So, let's get these going, and we will go ahead and test this machine before I put it in the case. But it should work just fine. Now where did I put the back plate? Is it still under there? Yes it is. This might be slightly difficult because this motherboard is technically missing something. Right here there should be some brackets. Those brackets are designed to hold the backplate in place while you are affixing your CPU. The brackets should look like this. And unfortunately I can't find those brackets anywhere. So we're going to have to free aim this, as it were. I think I have to sit down for a second. It's not the easiest to get that lined up because there's nothing to really sink it into. Okay, that is more or less lined up. Let's get our CPUs. I think that's good enough. We're gonna find out. Okay, got one. Wow. I'm looking at the motherboard, and our CPU coolers almost didn't work. I'll show you in a moment. Okay, that's tight. Now look at this. So, yeah, we're going to get closer. Keep stepping on stuff. These capacitors are like a millimeter, half a millimeter from touching the heatsink physically, but they don't. Now my worry is this downdraft heatsink would be nice to help cool VRM capacitors and things like that, but there's no ventilation on this side. So I don't know how that's gonna work out. Doesn't seem like it's gonna get enough cooling, but only one way to find out. And if I was really concerned, I could add a small fan up here, which I honestly probably should anyway. Got some things there to cool. Let's see. Get this off. Hey, fair enough. I mean, I wouldn't complain about getting the real board for that. I would not complain at all. They are like impossible to find. Ooh, let's see. It's not like this stuff's dirty or anything. If I can get that lined up. I know you can't see very well. I do apologize, but we will fix that eventually. Almost. Why is this being such a pain in my butt? I mean, I know why. I already discussed why. Okay, let's get some thermal paste on here. Now this is 4 grams of thermal paste, so this should be enough for most of, if not all of the CPUs we're pasting today. And for the initial part, we're doing 2 CPUs per board for 3 boards in a row. So, of course, that thermal paste wants to make this wander around as I try to screw it in here. I don't think that's lined up. Oh no. Shoot. No, it's lined up. It's just not. What? There we go. Okay, it just wasn't catching. And last one. Now these only catch with a little tiny bit of thread, which I don't like, but that's how it was designed. And we can go ahead and plug these fans in. These fans are designed to be used in a 771 system, which would have had PWM controlled CPU fans. This system does not have PWM controlled CPU fans. It's just, you know, the 3 pins. But it should be just fine. We've got RAM. We've got CPUs. I need an AGP graphics card. Hey, you know what? There's that one we pulled out of that system just moments ago. This has VGA. Perfect. Now I need to prop this up on that. Here we go. More socket 771 CPUs for another generation we're going to talk about. Each generation of platform must have a significant change versus the previous ones, otherwise I don't count it as a new platform. So, for example, this transitioning to this, the main difference is you get DDR2 instead of DDR1, and you get PCI Express. Therefore, it's a platform change. Let's see here. I've got my monitor here, catching on all the cables. Perfect. Now we are going to have to do some weird stuff with that other board I keep holding up, because it is from a Fujitsu Siemens Oxygen 630. So it has a proprietary front panel header, and supposedly a proprietary power supply slot, or the 24 pin. However, the manual just says it's an EPS power supply. So we're gonna try and see if it blows up. If it blows up, then hey, it's good content and I lose an $85 motherboard. So, speaking of power supplies, this one, sure. That looks fine. Now, this is kind of weird because we have an EPS 4-pin and 8-pin for the CPUs instead of a single 8-pin like most of these boards had, or 2 4-pins like some of these boards had. But I think that this... oh dear. Oh, that's not going to reach. Uh-oh. Is there another one? No. Okay, this board won't... this power supply won't work. I've got another one here. Oh! This might work. This is a Corsair 750 watt. I was kind of hoping to use like a 500 watt power supply on this until I realized it had those separate CPU powers. Let's see, does this even have 2 CPU power? I don't think it does. Oh, no. Oh, that is very unfortunate. I don't think that this board will power up without both of those populated. We can try, if we have to. Oh dear. I did bring another power supply. That's something I could use, is power supplies that have separate EPS 8 pins that are not just daisy-chained. We got this MAG A550, which is I think 550 watts. It would actually be great if this worked, because this is the power supply I intended to use with this system. So let's find out. I could, I suppose, it has a single EPS 4+4. Uh-oh. You know what? Hold on. All might be okay, because I've got a bunch of stuff over here. I've got a big couch right here. Oh, that's a big spider. I don't like that at all. Ugh. Ooh, that's gonna stain. Okay. That's not gonna work. Those aren't gonna work. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting to be stymied by this. Somewhere, I have like the forbidden adapter, which is a 4-pin Molex to a 4-pin EPS. That would save us. Oh dear. I'm going to have to figure out a power supply for this, but for now, let's grab that one that I set aside, the Smart Power one, because it's new, and see if maybe this thing will power up with only the 8-pin connected. Oh wow, there is not a lot of space there. Yeah, I've got like three more inches to go before that could connect. This is... oh. This is terrible, because these connectors have this big rib right here which pushes the two apart. But we're going to try it anyway. I need a power cable. Again, this is probably not going to work. But... okay. There's no way. Box? Can someone look this up? This is a... pretty sure this is Supermicro. Yeah, it's an X5DAE. Hello from the old continent. Hello! While we wait to see if anything happens. Yeah, the heatsinks used to be tiny on those. Let's see, what did I miss? Second you finish this build, you will find those brackets. I probably will. Yes. 771 systems are just... most people don't realize you can technically get these coolers and these brackets, but they're super hard to find. you can't really easily install them without these brackets, and in fact, the 603 system that I built a year and a half to 2 years ago that we will be using, I really don't think this is going to work, but maybe. I had to just use like some washers and some nuts that fit the bottom of the heat sinks. So yes, I know your pain. That's what you did. Okay. All right. Yup. I remember that, and I appreciate that. That was the Optiplex motherboard. Let's see. Yes, it does have PCI X slots. I hate PCI X because a lot of people mistakenly think that they're an early version of PCI Express. That is not true. Okay. Hello. Oh, it's Elmo. Hello. Oh, it did something. Okay. It sees both CPUs. I can't read this. It works. Okay. We can probably use that 550 watt PSU then. Okay. That is... You know what? That was a noise. I'll take it. That, the extra 4-pin might be for higher power Xeons than these. So we're going to go ahead and ditch this 700 watt. I don't want to use it on this system. I don't want to waste it on this. Speaking of that, I believe it was Elmo who donated it. So, ooh, Pefty, thank you. Oh, you're fine. Pizza Cash? Heck yes, I was actually going to be ordering pizza. So this is the second motherboard we will be looking at for our HEDT systems. This is a Supermicro X5 DAE. I believe it currently has Prestonia CPUs inside it. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they were. 2.8 gigahertz, I believe they were. And we got 2 gigs of RAM. We need to upgrade that to 4 gigs before we put this in the system, as per my video schedule. This is the second, like I said, second HED platform we're looking at because this has 604 sockets. The first one had 603 and was paired with RAM bus. Again, Pefty Lefty, I really appreciate you. So let's see what we can do for more memory. I know I brought some up here. I don't use DDR1 very often, therefore it's not sorted. So I apologize in advance. Okay. RAM bus. Ugh. I need ECC registered 1 gig DIMMs. That's DDR3. That is not going to work at all. Okay. This one doesn't say what size it is, but it looks like it's a decent size. It's got a lot of chips on it. That's SD RAM. This is going to probably take a moment. Let's see. Okay. Box is a computer manufacturer. They use... Oh! Okay. Weird. I had never heard of them before. Okay, what size is this? Oh, that's DDR2, doesn't matter. Okay, 256, 256, DDR2. That's SD RAM. That's, I think, a 32 megabyte stick of SD RAM. Why did I not... Oh, that's a weird one. 256. Why did I not sort any of these? The goal is to get this upgraded to 4 gigabytes of RAM. I know I can do it. I've got so much RAM. But, you know, hell if I can find any of it. DDR400. That's 1 gig. Oh, no, it's just regular. I can't use regular non-ECC memory in this board. It has to be registered ECC. So, I should have a ton of it because I broke down dozens upon dozens of Supermicro. Ooh, hey, OCZ Platinum. That's cool. I love this memory. Why did I stick this in this box? Alright, that's getting set aside. Long story short, I used to break down a ton of old Supermicros, but that was years ago. So I don't know where any of that memory is, and it's apparently none of this. But yeah, I've got more. So, oh no, that's DDR2 FB DIMMs. I hate those too. What do we got? More SD-RAM, 256. Wait a minute. Non-ECC. Dang. If there's none in here, I've got a lot of SD-RAM in here actually. That's kind of surprising. Non-ECC. Let's just grab the rest out of this box and I can start filling it back up with the stuff that won't work. This is probably going to be the one thing that takes the longest, is this specific... Oh, oh no. This specific motherboard, finding the RAM for it, because yeah, I had weeks and weeks to prepare for this, but I didn't, so, you know. Oh, Austin, hello. Oh, you're fine. My grandmother, oh, that is SD-RAM that has been mangled. Wow. It might still work. How is that computer doing, Austin, by the way? Oh. DDR2, damn. Damn, okay. SD-RAM, 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 oh, more SD-RAM. Non-ECC, 256. This is looking like it's, this box is looking like it's going to be a bit of a bust. Yes. What is this? Someone sent this in. PC. Oh, it's 512 anyway. Okay, so this box is a no-go, but it's not like I have, you know, dozens of other boxes surrounding me that I immediately lost. Does this have RAM? Yes, it does. This is ECC DDR1, but it's only 256 megs. Oh, perfect. I'm glad to see that. Glad to hear that. Let's see. That PC was, I believe, reasonably upgradable, at least as far as memory goes, so you should be able to do something there if you need to in the future. And it's more than capable of handling a better graphics card as well. This is all non-ECC. Someone Google Dinitrol 538 Plus. Flammable, caustic, poisonous. What is this? Highly flammable. Okay. What on earth is this? Oh, good, good. I was hoping that I know it didn't sound like a super great system, that Dell Precision, but I was hoping that it would be pretty darn good. I mean, it had good capabilities in it. So, also, what was that, a Precision? Yeah, 3630. Should be upgradable to an i9 9900 if you really wanted to. Personally, I wouldn't, but, you know, you've got an upgrade path there if you wanted to. Okay, I need more RAM. I know I brought a bunch with me. I think it's underneath all these other motherboards. Oh, okay. Nope, that's CPUs. I knew I brought some of those with me. Where'd the rest of the RAM go? I brought like 5 boxes of it, I thought. Maybe I didn't. The upgrade to 4 gigs might have to happen later. Well, you know what? I got a box of something over here. That's a RAID card. Ooh, hard drive. We are going to be using IDE for the first few systems. What on earth is this? Got both. Oh, this came out of the rat poop computer. This is a BNC security card that had a bunch of security cameras connected to it. It's basically a video capture card with really, really bad capacitors. And this came out of the, we had a Dell that I found in like an old trailer, and it had been sitting there since like 2007, maybe even earlier, and it was just covered in mouse crap and mouse pee. So I think I called that the Biohazard Dell. That was fun. But I don't see any RAM in here, just more weird cards. What's this? Matrox MGA. Okay. Interesting, but not what I'm looking for. Okay. I could make you guys sit here and wait while I try to find more RAM, but I don't think that that would make for a very entertaining stream. So we're just going to go ahead and build this system. I'll upgrade it later. Ooh, when I figure out where the heck I put all my DDR1. You know, it suddenly got heavy with all that copper on there. And this Thermaltake case, which for those of you just tuning in, this is a Thermaltake Xazer 2. Pretty cool case, if I do say so myself. And we pulled out of this. I don't know where I put that motherboard. It's around here somewhere. We pulled a Athlon system out of here. Where did I put that? Okay. Anyway. So let's see if our motherboard will even fit. That's going to be the big question. Please don't drop this. I paid too much for this because oh my god, it fits. Okay. Am I missing something here? Oh, wait a minute, that's right. These come out. Heck yeah. Oh, that's so much better. Okay. That's one of the reasons people like these cases. So I need to see if I've got all the standoffs in the correct locations. And it looks like yes. Oh. Okay. Hey, we're good. Oh, now I just need to remember the Supermicro pinout for the front panel. Shouldn't be too hard. I've done 1,000 of these. But I don't think it's on the bottom. Oh, wait, no. Power LED speaker, front USB. What? Alright, we gotta pull this out again. This is not what I'm oh, there it is. Oh, it's labeled. It's never labeled on these. Oh my god. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm actually going to get that done now. So this is power switch. That'll go here. Wow, someone mangled the crap out of this. This is all tangled. What is this one? HDD LED. I don't know which is positive and negative, so we're just going to assume. And if it doesn't work, oh no, the only thing I really care about is the power LED, or sorry, power switch. Reset should be right here. Get in there. Next, we've got power LED and speaker. Oh, they go down here. Okay. I don't know which one's positive and negative, so we're going to assume, once again, speaker has a jumper on it. We're going to remove that. And use the case speaker. Oh, this came off again. Get back in there. Okay. Gotta be careful with that. Oh no, the USB is this kind where it's like individually pinned. I might just not connect the front panel USB. Okay, let's hopefully for the last time get this board in here. Okay, and now Now I will check messages. Okay. Let's see what we got here. Ooh, $5. Thank you very much. Hey, I appreciate that. There will be at least one donation PC that we build amongst all of these HEDT systems, and it is a weird one. Bought a system for $5, and I don't remember what's in it. Oh, I missed a lot of messages. Okay, let's see. Hey, I appreciate that 1080p guy. This is my first 1080p stream. This is also one of the first successful streams I've done. I streamed for almost 3 hours, MechWarrior 5, and I forgot to set it to public. So, whew. Okay, what else did I miss? Let's see. Hey. No, that's a pretty good system. Okay. So we got Austin and, yes. Hey, Python is a really good thing to learn. Seriously, that is amazing. Let's see. These cases are so fun. So, this is only slotted for DDR1. You can physically fit a non-ECC DDR1 in here, but according to the specs at least, it theoretically shouldn't work. No, I'm thinking of the Oxygen 630 motherboard. I might be able to use regular DDR1 in here, but I still need to figure things out and sort my DDR1 because it is all over the place. I got some in that box down there. I'm certain that I've got some around here somewhere that I'm just sitting next to. In fact, here's some more. Oh, there's my Battletech Kickstarter box. Yeah, it's not very well sorted. Oh boy. Okay, I'm sure that'll never spill. Let's see here. I don't actually have the I/O shield for this. I have some of those 3D printed ones, but I don't have one specific to this. This is one of the really rare early dual socket Supermicro boards that actually has onboard audio. That was something they ditched for most of their subsequent boards like the X6 and X7 series because they started focusing more on the server market, and you don't need audio on your web server. Why would you? So, and yes, another I/O shield mention. Let's see. Yes. I did in fact find my hat. It was in my car. I was sitting on it on my way home. Let's see. So, SLI is something I want to do. I've wanted to do for a while. I actually have in a off-screen filing cabinet a whole bunch of GTX 450s and 470s, sorry, GTS 450s and GTX 470s that someday I will do SLI. I am... Oh, it's so hard to get things done. Nebraska, heck yes. Oh, I bet you do have storms right now. We had some the other day. Let's see. Think centers are fantastic. Let's see. AM5, oh, that is fantastic. Keep that system. It's worth more than gold now. Okay. Yes, this was a workstation motherboard. I could just Google this, but let me tell you how much the front USB works. It matters to me. About that much. So we're just not going to connect it. I'm not super broken up about not having front panel USB. Plus, I am, I'm not that certain. This might be USB 2. I think the first system we dealt with was USB 1.1. This might actually be our first USB 2 system, and that was our pass-through FireWire. We're just going to also ignore that. Where can I tuck that? I suppose let's get while I have it, Oh, you can put your hard drive in front of this fan. Oh, that's fantastic. This is that purple thing I was talking about. The rear one is orange. This fan is black, but it's in a purple housing. It's just so fun. We had fun cases in the early 2000s. It's just fun. Now, I need a hard drive. All right, I am worried about which ones will work. So I think the strategy is to install both of these hard drives and see which one works. Whoa, hold on. Is that a thermocouple? I think that is. This fan, again, we're talking like 2003, 2004 for the XAs 2. This fan has a thermocouple, a temperature sensor, which I believe alters the resistance in the motor itself, which forces the fan to ramp up or down based on temperature. That's cool. That is a cool technology. I don't know how well it'll help us, but that is genuinely cool. Basically, the hotter this thermocouple gets, the lower the resistance is, the faster the fan can spin. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, power switch is attached. The rest of it, I mean, maybe it'll work. We have a 120 gig hard drive with a lot of stuff written on it. So it has bad crossed out and then full wipe written 2007. Loud is in a purple marker 29688. Don't know what that means. Something else is crossed out. Maybe we don't use this one. Maybe I mean, it might work fine. And I don't have a whole lot of I do have a whole lot of IDE hard drives. Okay, you know what? Give me 10 seconds. I'll be right back. I need to go to my other room and just grab a fat stack of IDE hard drives. This is also where a IDE to SATA adapter would come in handy. Okay, some of these are scuzzy. Oops. And one of them is actually a floppy drive, so, you know, good stuff. Now, where do I put all this crap? Yes. As you can see, all this evidence of my wonderful, you know, ability to store things in ways that makes it so easy to find. This is a 120, has something else written on it. Let's find out. 65391, what does that mean? Okay, both of these are 120 gig, which wasn't too bad. These are actually fairly late IDE hard drives. This one's from 2003. Surely this, 2004, okay. We're gonna just try both of these, you know? Maximize how many drives we have to pull out when they're both dead. Now, let's see. I'm putting this in backwards. I'm so good at this. Also, there's like 1,000 different screw holes in here. So that's cool. There's my screwdriver. Oh. Well, that screw's gone forever, so grab some of these. I don't know what these came from. I'm forgetting to even screw the motherboard in, by the way, right now. Okay. I might only put a couple screws in. This is how it would go. If I was going to just do a couple, I should have put them on this side. We'll put 3 in. Just that's the wrong kind of screw. That's the right kind. And it's way larger than the other ones, so, you know, good stuff. So, at some point, I need to screw this motherboard in, but once again, we're going to delay. Let's see. Yup. Oh, yeah, those power supplies. Yes, I sort of have internet in the garage right now, but it just doesn't make for a good streaming location because you'd hear so many people just throwing things, well, slamming things into the dumpster constantly, talking outside, people getting mad, getting in fights. It's, you know, cheap apartments. What can I say? Let's see. You are absolutely correct with SLI and Crossfire. I just haven't... The only time I've ever done SLI is actually with these graphics cards here, which I lost. I had 2. These are Quadro 4800s, which are effectively GTX 275 with, I think, 3 or 4 gigs of VRAM. So, huge VRAM bump. Let's get this motherboard screwed in before I completely forget, stand it up, and then have the whole thing tip and break. Now, the question is, I removed a bunch of screws from the old motherboard, and I didn't check to see whether or not this was a fine thread or coarse thread system. It seems to be fine thread. Okay. Befty Lefty, if you're still here, I really appreciate you stopping by. Same with you, Elmo. In fact, I appreciate each and every one of you who has stopped by to join us today. Now, don't tell me this is a mix of fine and coarse thread, which it certainly could be. That one's fine thread. How about this middle one? Fine thread. Okay, we're good so far. Just about done. This system was set up for a standard ATX motherboard, and I don't actually have a whole bunch of extra standoffs, so we're only going to be attaching the first 6 or 7 screws here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The first 8 screws. Do I have enough? I mean, I've got a big bucket of screws over there, but I don't want to reach for it because that's effort. And you all know me. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is there a standoff down here? Uh-oh. Hold on. I need to take this out because I see a standoff that is in the wrong location. You can absolutely kill motherboards if there's a standoff bridging some contacts on the back. So as annoying as it is, I do apologize, but this is 100% necessary. Now luckily, I brought my other toolkit up, which has a special socketed screwdriver for removing standoffs. I'll show this in a minute. It's a computer repair toolkit from the 1980s, I think, maybe early 90s. We want... Yes, that is in the wrong location, and perhaps worse, it can't be moved to the correct location. So what I'm going to have to do is move it to the other side of the board. Here's that toolkit I was mentioning. It is unbranded, at least on the outside, but it even includes like like old school memory removing and stuff. It's got a remover for the old school like 386 CPUs. It's got, I think this is going to be our standoff. No, I need a big one, I think. Nope. Middle? What? Hold on a second. Is it this one? Did I mess up and just not get it right on the first one? This looks like it. Something's not happy there. Okay, well. What can I do about that? Do I have any pliers? I'm sure I do. Oof. Okay. We're just going to use these because they're close. Any parts you need for builds? That's a good question. We're actually fairly well stocked up. I feel at this point, cases. I've mostly gone through my stock. I do still have some. I'm not almost out of cases, but a lot of the cases I have left are either missing side panels, which most people who can't afford a computer, the people that I donate computers to, they don't care whether it has a side panel or not. They just want a computer that they can use to like apply for jobs or do remote work, things like that. So if it doesn't have a side panel, they're still just happy that they have a computer in general. Will this even work? Oh, yes it will. I can remove this. Don't want to kill this motherboard. I paid way too much for it. Now let's see if I can thread it into the correct location for a different standoff. Yes, I can. Okay, perfect. There's this. But yes, if you happen to come across some cheap cases, that would be perfect. But don't feel like you have to. I can survive without them. And there are plenty of cheap cases here as well, like 20, 40, 50 bucks. Okay. With any luck, this will be the last time that we have to pull it back out and put it back in. Okay. Get in there. Does it line up? Yes. Okay. How many times have we done that today? Let's see. Oh God, 6, 7. Yeah. I actually do have a Voodoo card I want to test at some point. It's a Voodoo Banshee, so no SLI for that, but... Oh, SLI GT, that is awesome. Yes. No, you are correct, 1080p guy, about those, the bridges. Oh, I have a bunch of the solid ones. Oh, that's right, the Antec 900 case. I have a care package for you that I want to deliver at some point. I've just been so busy. I think I worked like 85 hours at work this week. Oh, it was painful. But sometimes you just got to get things done. So when boss says you got to come in, you got to come in. It's kind of wish that I was hourly instead of salaried. I am salaried, by the way. If I were hourly, I would qualify for overtime. But because I'm salaried, I could work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and get the exact same amount of money if I had worked 1 hour 1 day that week. So, on the plus side, I get like 30 days of PTO a year. Not that I can always use it when I want to, but, you know, that's a whole different issue. Okay, we finally have all the standoffs lined up at least. So let's get this in. Then we can install our power supply. I do wish that I had a power supply with 2 of those EPS 8 pins, or at least a power supply with an EPS 8 pin and an EPS 4+4. I'm sure I've got one somewhere. The problem, just for so Elmo knows, the problem with the, where did I put that 700 watt power supply? Oh, here it is. Oh, I don't think you were in the stream yet when I found this out. The problem with this is it does have 2 EPS 8 pins, but they are very close together. Almost every board I've used that, not all of them, but almost all the boards I've used that have 2 EPS 8 pins, they are stupidly far apart for some reason. Like with this one, we've got the 4 pin on this corner and the 8 pin almost on the opposite corner. So I need like 3 more inches. Another option is extenders would work just fine. So if you happen to come across some cheap, and I do stress, don't go out of your way to buy things. I genuinely appreciate it, but it's I don't want to tell people to, oh, get this for me. But if you happen to come across some cheap ones, that would be perfect. What was I doing next? Oh, yes. That's right. We were going to put a second hard drive in here, just in case this one's dead. Because these are all IDE drives. Was it this one? I think it was. And I'm sure everybody here probably knows what I'm talking about when I say we really do need a spare ready to go for IDE. It's just, they're old. They're getting older. And a lot of these drives, even if they worked when I put them on the shelf, may not work now. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Okay. What was the graphics card I was going to use for this? The first system is going to have a Quadro 4 965, which is effectively a GeForce 4 Ti 4800. Oh, shoot, that was the right screw. This system, I don't remember. What were we going to put in here? I'll check my document in a minute. I am heavily limited on AGP cards, so I got to be careful with what I use and where. Now this can just slide right back in here. Lock it in place. You know what, we'll put the thermocouple like in the chipset heatsink. And the fan can go here. Chassis fan number 2. Perfect. Alright, now let's check my document. Let's see. Why do I have 2 of them named HEDT video? Okay. First, Second. Oh, that's right. I was going to use my 5700 Ultra, but I'm pretty sure that's actually dead. So, you know what? It's going back in my pocket. Give me 10 more seconds. I'm going to grab a 6600 GT. I think this is it. Perfect. I've got like 6 computers on the ground here. This is a weird looking 6600 GT with a Molex 4-pin near the PCI bracket. So that's kind of weird. But I know that this one works. Ugh. So there we go. It will pretty much outperform anything of the 5000 series generation, the FX 5000 series. But it's what I have. It's what I have. I'm tempted and I think I will, to just use the onboard audio. I'm not doing a individual chip by chip deep dive into these HEDT systems. I'm going to look at the performance of the platform as a whole. So I'm not even going to be looking at the audio. It's cool that we have it, but what I'm saying is we're not putting that Audigy back in. So what's next? Let's see. Matrox PCI-X. Oh no. Oh no, yeah. I've got one of those somewhere. Why am I getting a stream warning? Let's see. This laptop has the stream's current bit rate is lower than the recommended. Oh, I don't care. Okay. Let's see. What did I miss? Oh yeah. I generally prefer micro ATX cases. Number one, because they're cheaper. You can get a micro ATX case for like $30 with free shipping sometimes, which is fantastic. Plus, a lot of the motherboards that I use for donation PCs were removed from busted OEM computers like Dell, Optiplexes, and HP, whatever they call their stuff. And they're usually micro ATX. With that said, again, if you happen to come across some dirt cheap ATX cases, full ATX cases, I do also have some full ATX motherboards that I've been looking to give away. So let's see. I feel that, John. My back hurts a lot. Let's see. Yes, working on that server. I have a couple of X79 builds I'm doing in the very near... You know what? Those are full ATX. I could use cases for those. I have an unusual amount of... sorry. X79 adjacent motherboards. They're not true X79, and they're HP motherboards, which means you have to have a special adapter to switch from standard ATX to the HP's repinned ATX. I have those adapters now. I picked up a bunch, and we're going to be building systems with those. And I think that those could be pretty good ways to make super cheap, high core count computers, because you're looking at the potential of up to 12 cores, 24 threads at or around 3 gigahertz with a boatload of ECC RAM, and all you need is an adapter for the motherboard. And those motherboards you can get for like $20. That's awesome. In my case, I got them free in the VCF free pile. So, whew, okay. I do need shelves. I actually did get a bunch of shelves recently. Did I post it? I think I posted a behind-the-scenes video to my Patreon. It is currently for paid tiers only, but in about 2 weeks I will be shuffling that to the free tiers. You don't have to pay if you don't want to. It's appreciated, but if you don't have the spare cash, I do not blame you. The economy is tough for a lot of people, not just me right now. So in about 2 weeks, that'll be for the free tiers, and everyone can watch it. And in that video, I put up a whole bunch of shelves, and I think there's a story in there where I get some old, crappy, like, garage metal shelves from someone, and he's like, "What are you going to do with these?" And I tell him that I'm going to use them as shelves, and he goes, "No! These are vintage from, like, 1966. They were made in Peoria, Iowa. You can't use these as shelves." And I'm like, "Well, it's too bad. I already gave you my money." And he was mad. So, oh, boy. Let's see. Hard disk jumpers. Yes, I think that these are both set to cable select. One of them is. The other one... Oh, I didn't look at it. I'm sure it's fine. You know what? Nah, let's have a look. I don't know if that's cable select or not. We're going to try the one. We're going to try the hard drive that is already set to cable select, and with any luck, it'll be fine. Let's see. Yes. Old and falling apart. I'm getting that way. Oh God, Elmo. I appreciate you. Okay. What next? Well, all of the IDE connectors are as far back as possible underneath everything that I need to connect. So I have to pull this out again. And I think I'm going to have to plug the IDE in before I install these. I don't know about that one. That one looks a lot better. Remember, kids, blue is the motherboard side. Usually. Okay, that's plugged in. And this one for the CD-ROM, which we actually do need in this particular case. That's floppy. Okay. Oh, what a pain. eATX motherboards were not super designed for small cases back then. And yes, this is a large case, but I mean, not as large as some of the ones I've seen. Not as large as some of the ones I've used. Is that in all the way? It doesn't look like it. It's in enough. That's all that matters. Okay. Oh boy. For those of you who aren't super familiar with what John was talking about with cable select, back in the day, IDE devices in general had a perfect example. Out of the 80 pins that are on, is it 80? No, it's 40. There are 80 wires. Some of them don't do anything, and that's to reduce crosstalk across them. That's what I was talking about. But out of the 40 pins, only 20 go to each drive, as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong on that, but the point is, you can have two devices on the same cable. There will be one listed as the master drive and one as the slave drive. The master drive, I believe, is simply loaded first, and then the slave spins up after that. Again, could be wrong. Now the thing is, especially with early drives, there's some jumpers here, and you can remove this little doodad here, if I can remove it without losing it, this little jumper, and that you can put on different ones of these pins. Now, if you use cable select, the drive will automatically know if it's the master or if it's the slave. Very cool. However, some drives don't have that, and some systems also don't support that. So there are manual jumpers to tell it, you are the slave drive, or you are the master drive. Take it, Mr. Slave. Little South Park there reference. So, I think we're good for now. I've only connected one drive, because again, I'm only intending to have one drive in this system. The only reason we've put two drives in there is in case one is bad, because it's very likely, to be honest. Now, here it is. We will, just for the sake of completeness, get our floppy connected, because I like the funny buzz it makes. I can't actually see what I'm doing, so I'm going to have to do this by feel. Got it. Ooh. Get in there. There we go. Oh, that doesn't lock very well. Good enough. We're in. Okay, now I just need a power supply. Oh, and I suppose this top fan could be thought that was mold for a second. I was wrong. I'm very happy that I'm wrong. And I know there's a fan header around here somewhere. It's under the floppy drive that I just installed. Okay. Oh. Again, I know that this looks like a big case, but it is not when you look at how big this motherboard is. Oh, that's hard to get to. Is it on? Is it in yet? Okay, there we go. Okay. Just to put a finer point on that, we just put in a motherboard, for those of you who weren't here to see it, this big into this case. That is a huge motherboard. That is extended ATX. I don't know what the proper, like, C whatever number is for it. It's a big motherboard. Power supply. Where's that 500 watt? Or 550. These have mostly been used for donation PCs, but even with 2 CPUs, this computer does not need more than a couple hundred watts, believe it or not. So we're going to go ahead and pull this out, especially now that we know that we only have to plug in the EPS 8 pin and we don't need that additional EPS 4 pin. Ooh, free power cable. That probably will end up getting donated to somebody. That's actually a pretty cool looking power supply. Not bad. It's a shame that it won't be seen, but let's see. Yep. No, I'm going to use them as actual shelves. I'm not going to destroy them. Let's see. Holy crap, Elmo. Oh, goodness. Oh. Wow. Oh my god. Whew. Okay. So let's go ahead and, wow, get this connected. Now, if this were a true high-end desktop of the era, it would not have any SATA at all. So we're actually not going to use any of the SATA. We're going to use the Molex. And I just realized, since this is a modern PC, it may not have enough Molex for us. Uh-oh. Oh, no. Okay. It doesn't. Oh, shoot. You know what? That power supply we pulled out, it had some Molex splitters on it. Don't do this. This is not what you're supposed. This is a bad thing to do. Oh, Molex to 2 fans. Not going to use that, but that is useful for other systems. Single to 2 Molex. Is there another? I don't know why they used that, because this... Ooh, another Molex to a fan. I don't know why they used that, because this power supply actually has a ton of Molex on it. I think that's it. Fan... Oh! It has a couple of 4-pin Molexes that say fan only on them. That's weird. Cool, though. Okay. Elmo is seriously fantastic. Now we're going to use... I almost already lost it. We're going to use this splitter. Oh boy, because we've got our DVD drive, hard drive, technically the rear fan, but I can always replace that with a different one. So that's number 3. Then we've got our graphics card. So that's 4 Molex we technically need. And we only have 2. So what we're going to do is, this splitter has come depinned. There, we've fixed it. We're going to use... Will this... It will. Okay. 1 Molex is going to power our hard drive and our DVD drive, while the other Molex will only power the graphics card. That is to make sure that any power fluctuations caused by the drives will not affect the stability of our graphics card. And if I really wanted to, in the future, I can just grab another splitter. I have dozens of them. Okay, there we go. One might also ask why the heck I'm using an IDE drive when I could use a adapter to use a SATA SSD. We're looking at the emergence of HEDT systems. SSDs, although available at the time, were super rare, super expensive, super uncommon, not really designed for general consumers. I actually have one of the first commercially available flash SSDs right here, if I can reach it. Oh my god, really? Oh boy, okay. This is one of the first commercially available SSDs. It is an IDE SSD from 1998. It is 80 megabytes. This is a SanDisk flash drive because it is a drive that uses flash storage. I don't know what to do with that. I've had it for a while. Don't Fear the Reaper. That's a good song. Oh, Elmo's heading out. Ah, shoot. You have a good one, Elmo. What else do I need to do? Got our drives powered. Got our graphics card powered. You know, I never actually screwed in our power supply. Okay. Well, that probably needs to be done, but since I'm holding a couple of power cables, let's just go ahead and get those done first. There's CPU plugged in. And our EPS 24 pin. Okay, that's in. I really had to push down on that. I hope I didn't break anything. And since... Oh, wait, this is just a daisy chain. I can actually hook this up. I can hook everything up. Okay. So we're going to go ahead and use... That was one cool thing about Molex, is you could daisy chain so many things back in the day. It was not recommended, but you could. So I'm going to daisy chain that fan onto the DVD drive. And now I need to screw it in. There we go. I was wondering where those went. Okay. We are like this close to starting our operating system install. And while the operating system is installing, we're going to build... Ooh, I'm so bad. We're going to install, we're going to build another system. Okay, let's see what we got here. Can't believe I did that. Just throw my screwdriver away, don't I? Here's two. This is the type of thing that I usually cut out of my videos, because watching me screw in a power supply, I'm sure this is riveting content. Oh boy. Okay. So, Elmo donated $50. So I think what I'm going to do, I actually pulled some cash out of my bank account today to get some pizza during the stream because I'm getting fat and I want pizza. I think that we're going to pay it forward a bit and tip the delivery driver like $20. Always, if you're in America, always tip your delivery drivers really well. They will remember it. Ooh, they will be nice to you. Are we ready? I think we're actually ready. We'll grab our side. Oh, that's right. We got another fan. Do I have another fan header? I'm sure I do somewhere. Is it underneath everything? Almost assuredly. Do I care enough? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Oh, that's not the CPU fan. That's the overheat fan. I don't even know what that's supposed to be, but okay. Apparently this has an overheat fan header. I had the second CPU socket plugged into the wrong fan header. I swore that there were a bunch more fan headers, but I can't find them. So I'm going to just jam this somewhere where it'll get nice and hot. And you know what? This is a larger fan. What do you guys think? Should I use this Molex to power the fan? Wait, nope, I can't. That's right, I don't have enough Molex. Maybe I should slide this forward and see if there's another fan header. Yes, there is. Okay, plug this one into that, exposing the other chassis fan header. Get in there. And that should let me plug in this fan. Oh boy, if it reaches. That's in. Okay. Who thinks that it's going to work first try and we won't have to switch hard drives? Let me know. What do you think? That's almost 8 gigs of DDR5. Okay. Try to move some of this crap out of the way. Not like I've ever had something in the way before. Okay. So, we're going to be on this screen. Oops. Okay. What do I do with this? There. I won't forget about that, that's for sure. I want to stand it up to make sure that nothing is touching the fans. Let me rephrase that. I want to stand it up so that way I know when something is touching the fans. If I do it on its side, sometimes you just... Oh yeah. Can't tell. Until you stand it up and suddenly everything gets tangled. So let's see. VGA is plugged in. Oh, I didn't change the BIOS battery. Yeah, it will probably work first try, but I need to change that BIOS battery. Oh. Now, Elmo sent in a bunch of grain cell batteries, but I have a few of these Toshiba ones left over. Oh, that's easy to change. Heck yeah, it's right there. I don't even have to remove anything. But I do have to plug this fan back in. Perfect. Okay. This is such a cool case. Oh boy. Now, somewhere here, I have my, there it is, iOD ST300, and I need a USB-C cable for it. This shows up to the system as if it were a external CD-ROM drive, which should allow me, there we go, to install Windows XP, which is what we will be using, over USB. So, where'd my power cable go? Here it is. Okay. Survey says is it going to power itself on? Looks like not this time. It usually does that when the BIOS battery is bad. So let's see. Oh, these are such fun cases. Oh yes. Fun fact about this case. I got it for 10 bucks, including the working computer inside it, from a gold scrapper. Do you know how much these things go for? I'm never selling this case. I'm not going to benefit from how much this is worth. Okay, that's not entirely true. I will be selling this computer at Vintage Computer Fest in September in Schaumburg, Illinois, but I'm only going to be asking like 50 bucks for this. And you might think that that's a lot of money, but I spent 80 bucks on the motherboard alone. So, let alone the 6600 AGP that's in there, those go for 50 bucks by themselves. Let alone this nice power supply, which thankfully I didn't have to pay for. Elmo donated that. But this case alone goes for like $200 on eBay. So 50 bucks for the full system, that is a steal. The only reason I'm asking for that much instead of just giving it away is I'm trying to pay for my hotel room, because hotels are expensive now. So let's get this actually turned on. I wonder if we have a gift in the DVD drive. Well, it works, but no, we don't. Okay. Okay, I'm sure that was quiet. Now, it should take a moment if I didn't plug in the keyboard. Okay. Shoot. This is PS2. You have to plug it in before you power the system on. You can't do that afterwards. So that's why I had to cut power there. There we go. Now we're going to use this to select Windows XP. Make sure I got that right. How loud is that? Okay. They really are. And it's an aluminum case, too. It doesn't weigh hardly anything. Now, if I press escape, it should skip the memory testing. And that's what's taking so long, is the memory testing. There we go. Oh, any key. Oh, I missed it. Shoot. Maybe we're fine. There's Windows XP already on this drive. Okay, I need to catch this before it gets to that. What's the Supermicro boot menu? Is that F12? Shoot. Oh boy. Okay, I need to... Also, these CPU fans are loud. The rest of the fans of the case are actually pretty quiet. I'm going to look up Supermicro boot menu. I think it's F12. F11. Okay, let's try that. I might need to go into the BIOS and enable external booting, but we will see. We are still loaded with Windows XP on the iOD ST300. I mean, the fact that that hard drive started to load XP is fantastic. That probably means that the hard drive's okay. So we might get lucky and not have to dig back into this machine again. Let's see. What did I miss? Damn it. Let's go into the BIOS. I think it's delete for the BIOS. It might be F2, could be escape. If I was smart, I'd Google that too. I've got my phone right there, but I really should just remember it. Entering setup. Okay. I can't actually see without coming over here, so I do apologize. Oh, master is detected correctly. Advanced. Ah, it supports ACPI. That's actually pretty good. What am I looking for? HEP. Nope. I want hyperthreading. Enable that. So that'll give us 2 total cores and 4 threads. I know that the whine from the fans is probably being picked up. I do apologize. I might have to dig out a Windows XP DVD for this. It might just not work with our iOD ST300. Not the end of the world. I've got one right there. XP Service Pack 3. I will have to guess the license key for it, but that's fine. There might even be one printed on this case somewhere. No, there's not. Any luck? Did I get into the boot? Ah, damn it. Alright, that's a no. That's okay. Let's get this iOD disconnected. That's not working. It should work with the next one, though. Oh, Postal 3 was fantastic. So right over here... Oh, boy! Oh, I've actually got it in a protector. This is a Windows XP Service Pack 3 for a Dell CD. Now let's get this connected. See if the reset button works. Yes, it does. I'm not even going to close that because I might need it again. This time we should get a boot prompt. It'll be like, you know, press any key to boot from DVD or something like that. I'm just going to keep hitting enter. Yes! Yes! Okay. This is system number 1. It also occurs to me that I need to make space for this system to sit while it quietly chugs away installing XP. Uh-oh. I don't have a lot of space here. This iBuyPower keyboard can go to hell. Let's move this. And this. We will use the iOD soon for our next PC. But we can move the rest of this stuff off of here and onto this chair where it belongs. Oh yeah, that's right, we have a 250 gig IDE drive. Okay, move some of this stuff that we can't use. Now this next system uses ECC DDR2. It's new enough to do that. It also has PCI Express, which is fantastic. And the graphics card we're going to use is sitting right over there. Shouldn't need this anymore, today at least. Move some of this stuff. Shouldn't need it. Might need it. And since I said I shouldn't need it, obviously now we will need it. So, the question is it actually loading? That DVD drive might not actually be good. That's not a bad price for fans. I've got a whole bunch of loose fans sitting around, but hey, if anyone else is looking for fans, that's a pretty good deal. Okay, we're going to set that there for a moment. I think what I'm going to do, also, a teaser, perhaps, for an upcoming video. Oh, we're going to move this forward. And I'm starting to suspect that this may not be loading. But we're going to give it time. It is a slow DVD drive, after all. And if it doesn't work, well, we'll just try again with a different drive. Oh boy. Okay. I just need to make space for the next build. Okay. Oh! There we go. I can close this now. Oh, thank goodness. I was honestly getting a little worried. Setup XP. Perfect. Now I got packing material stuck to my shoes, or my socks. What we're going to do is we're going to get XP installing. Yes, I agree. And while it's doing that, we want to continue installing without repairing. Yes. Press escape. We want to delete that partition. Yes, we want to delete it. And format with a quick. What was I saying? I'm sorry. I kind of got distracted. But while this is installing, we're going to start on the next system. Just want to support the cause. Hey, I appreciate that. I like the tux icon. Heck yeah. Oh god, 7820? Oh no. I think you mentioned that system in one of your YouTube comments. I think. That particular CPU was epic. In the HEDT series, we will be ending with Threadripper 3rd Gen, because I got lucky enough to stumble across a $100 Threadripper 3960. I don't know if it works yet. There's a very, very strong chance that it doesn't, because the previous owner had separated it from its caddy. And one of my friends, when I was having trouble with that system, actually donated a 1st Gen Epic system. That 1st Gen Epic system will be a stand-in for 1st Gen Threadripper, because I'm not going to go out of my way to go buy that. That's a lot of money to waste on something I'm never going to use. However, I did find out that this Epic CPU, for whatever reason, was like $25, and it was faster than the one that he had included. This is in Epic 7551. So it's some number of cores, some number of threads at some speed. That's going to be a stand-in for 1st Gen Threadripper. Oh, you know I didn't read those terms and conditions. Does anybody? So, it also occurs to me that this is a fairly large computer. So moving it didn't actually give me that much space. So, ooh. Now, I want to preface this next PC with, it probably won't fit in the case that I have selected, because I selected the case after doing some research on what the best case was of 2005, without checking if the case could even, use or fit a extended ATX motherboard. Now there's a second thing. By the way, it's an Antec Sonata 2 that we're using, because I happened to have one. This is the motherboard out of a Fujitsu Siemens Oxygen 630. Which means two things. Number one, it has a proprietary front panel output that is poorly documented. And number two, I've heard online that if you connect a regular ATX power supply, it will kill the board. But I have also heard online that if you connect a regular ATX power supply, it will be fine. And a non-standard 530 watt power supply for this board is like $70 plus shipping on eBay. I already paid over $100 for this thing. I'm not spending any more money on this. I am so deep in the hole on this project. Oh god, my wife is mad. Part of why I want to sell these things at Vintage Computer Fest. So if this explodes, I'm out about $100. If it doesn't explode and works, I'm going to sell it for $50, so I'm out $50. So, came with two 2 gig sticks of ECC DDR2. I have some more. I believe it's the same speed here. This motherboard only works with extremely slow memory. I think this is DDR2 333. Yes, it is, which is good because I picked up the exact same RAM. Oh my god, it's even the same ratings. Perfect. So we're gonna go ahead and just... I really shouldn't add these yet. I should test the system as is, shouldn't I? I gotta do the right thing. So, question, actually, before we begin this. I have some stickers, everybody. I have stickers. So, let me make sure that I catch up. The early ones are getting pretty affordable. I mean, you're still going to be looking at like $300 to $400 for a motherboard and CPU. But, I mean... for that many cores and threads, who wouldn't? Personally, I would get X99 over 1st gen Threadripper, but if you can get 3rd gen, no question. So, for this Thermaltake X-Sazer 2 case, we have 3 options for stickers. I bought this one on eBay. It is a laser-etched aluminum sticker. I don't know if it's going to even show up well on camera, so I'm going to take it out of its little plastic thing and try my best. I can't see the screen right now. Hopefully it can even be seen. Looks like XP is done in theory. But what this sticker says, you know, Intel Xeon Inside Dual CPU Workstation. Kind of a nifty sticker, and it's shiny, it's metal. Could be pretty cool here somewhere, maybe down here. Alternatively, I have Intel Dual Xeon. Again, probably not going to show up very well until I do this. I paid too much for this, and the guy took like 6 months to ship it. This one won't fit on the front, but could be pretty nice on the side. The 3rd sticker, I'll be right back because I left it in the kitchen. I hope the microphone stays connected. Oh no, did I leave it in here? I did not. Hey, but I found my other hat. Perfect. So now I gotta figure out if I left those stickers, or if I brought those stickers in here already. Because we have stickers for the channel that I will be giving. Oh yeah, here they are. Okay. 2 CPUs. They're net burst. They're Pentium 4s. They are 1 core with hyperthreading each. So technically this is a dual core system. And I have these that I designed. I designed these. I stole the Intel logo. And this is something that I wish Intel had made, but they never did. So hopefully you can see it. Intel Inside Dual Core. I have a couple different sizes of these that I will be giving away at Vintage Computer Fest. I think one of these could be pretty cool, you know, on this. Might be better for like a Core 2, like an actual just dual core without hyperthreading, but still technically correct. So what do you guys think? Of those 3 stickers, let's see. What am I missing? What did I miss? Oh, yeah, 7551P. That's, It's just a cool and I got it for 25 bucks, you know? Let's see. I had to get a 3D printed caddy for it. Let's see, what else did I miss? It's not responding to my key presses. It's not going to be in this video for your friend's server build, but it will be soon, probably within the next month or so. I just have so much going on, but yes. This motherboard is indeed like playing Minesweeper with... That's a good comparison. X39... Hey. True, but isn't the X3900, is that an 8-core or is that a 16-core? You'll have to let me know. And that is a problem, because those boards, even the cheap ones, still go for like 300 bucks. Yeah, this is Schrodinger's board. I am terrified to try. It supposedly works, but I don't have a way to test it, and the seller didn't show any pictures of it working. So there is that. Let's see. So, this is not 603, this is actually socket 604. We do have a 603 system. The sockets look almost identical. The biggest way to tell, I mentioned this earlier, but, I mean, people come and go as they will. So, this is a 603 CPU. This is a 604 CPU. That's the major difference between them. I mean, yes, there's one pin missing between them, but that's the easiest way to tell the difference between the systems. The socket 604s have smaller, whatever that like daughter board is around it, a smaller interposer, whatever the heck. Wow, this is going to be a slow system. I mean, I know that it's on a hard drive, an IDE hard drive nonetheless, but oh goodness, I was not prepared for that. So, stickers, what are we looking at? Let's see. You know what? We can name that XXX 420 Blazing XXX. We can do that. So, I think let's save the metal because it's not going to show up super great now that I think about it against the aluminum. Maybe we go for this Intel Dual Xeon thing. I didn't connect the mouse, so let's grab a mouse and hope that it'll work with USB. Do I have a mouse handy is the question. I think the answer is no. I should have had one. I thought I brought one in here. You know what? I'll be right back. Because I've got crap everywhere. Here's a mouse. Some Logitech thing. Since we are booted into Windows now, we should be able to hot plug USB things. I really hope that this is USB 2.0. I don't actually know if it is. Okay, it didn't like... Oh, wait, there's a mouse. Perfect. Next. Name. I'll use your name. Okay. That was X. 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 What was it supposed to be? I'm typing on the wrong keyboard anyway. XXX 420. Okay. The name for this system will be XXX 420 Blaze. Where was that message? Darn it. Xeon sticker. Well, it does have Xeon, so it has, they are technically Pentium 4s, but they are Pentium 4 Xeons. These are Pentium 4 Xeons, not X56. I wish they were X5680s. Where is that message? X. Okay. Blazing. Okay. XXX. Perfect. The password is definitely not just LSAS. No, absolutely not. I would never. Yeah, that looks like the correct time, but no. No, we're Central Time. It's definitely July 1st. Whoa, we got some weird display corruption there. That should not be the graphics card. I know that this graphics card's good. But while we do that, let's see if this motherboard explodes. Now, in this system here, we have Prestonia CPUs. This system, we have a lot newer. I think these are Nocona. They might be Irwindale. Suffice to say, they are based on Prescott. So these are Prescott Pentium 4s. Now I need to clean that old thermal paste. Wish they hadn't shipped it with disgusting... Oh, this is that like silicone based thermal paste. It's like super goopy. It's great for systems that never ever need to reboot, because you can just use it forever and it doesn't dry out. But cleaning it is the worst. I would show you the rag, but it's white thermal paste on a white rag. It's not going to look that dirty. Okay. Just about done. Good enough. Oh, I got to put this somewhere where I'm not going to touch it again, because again, white paste on a white rag. I'm going to pick up that rag later thinking it's clean and get it all over my hands. So, with our last system, the board was lacking the back plates for the sockets. Now, what I mean by that, not the back plates, sorry. There's like this, whatever this is. This helps you align the physical back plate, which looks like this, for the coolers, because the back plate doesn't actually socket through the holes. It just kind of sits here. Now, there is one thing. Actually, is this going to get in the way? It shouldn't. Oh, on this specific system it will. Okay, I need to remove those. Anyway, there's one thing worth mentioning for those who are recently joining us. If you build a system like this, you will find that coolers for 603 and 604 are pretty much impossible to come across. Here's a secret. You can use the cooler from a socket 771 system on this. And that's what we are doing. Wait a minute. Oh, I see why those were there. Man, why is everything going to be complicated? Are these going to be long enough to even reach? Yeah. Maybe. Let's see if I can put that back on. Let's see if we need that. What a pain in my butt. Just one. Will that work? There's a bunch of electric components on the back of the board that this absolutely would short out. On our other board, those didn't exist. Now, we are going to try very hard to get this to line up and see if our screws are long enough to penetrate down into there. How am I going to get... I'm going to need like some extenders for the CPU fan. Actually, this might work. This might work. There it is. Please. Wait, is that? It's a Torx bit? Why is it Torx? At least it gives me the option to use a flathead. Hey, we might be in business. Okay. Crisis averted. I should not have taken those off. Okay. Now, get that tightened up. Let's see how this works. The answer is not at all. That is disappointing. See, these are designed to really go into a case, like the motherboard backplate itself. But it looks like not going to be an option for us. Okay, I wasn't prepared for that. We might have to skip this motherboard. I think we're going to have to skip this and just figure something out later. I'll order some more coolers. Those coolers that we used on the first board might work on this. I was just being cheap and getting cheaper coolers. Okay, well, we'll set this aside. I'm actually going to take the cooler back off. Dang, that sucks. It is what it is, though. It is what it is. It's just a minor annoyance. Okay. That's what I get. Mostly this is the fault of the motherboard. I got a cheaper... these later socket 604 motherboards are actually kind of expensive. So I tried to cheap out by getting one out of a... let's use this rag here that I got the white thermal paste on. The later ones, like I said, quite expensive. So I tried to cheap out by getting an OEM one out of a Siemens Oxygen 630. But it looks like that was a bad choice. We'll figure this out. So we're not going to find out whether or not this explodes today. Okay, let's catch up on messages. What do we got? What are we working on? We're working on a bunch of HEDT systems. This one here has Windows XP currently installing. This is dual Prestonia Xeons based on 533 megahertz front-side bus Pentium 4s. So this is effectively a dual Pentium 4 system. We're going to put this Xeon sticker on it. So far, we've had really good luck with this. Second system happened to not work out because I need different coolers for it. Realistically, I need a different motherboard, but like I said, those are kind of expensive. So let's try something else. I'm wondering if these are going to be too tall for the next board too. You know what? I do have some more coolers. Let's pop these open. Is it rebooting? What's it doing? It is rebooting, okay. Maybe our XP installation's done. It's probably going to ask us for a license key, which will require us to look for one online. Alright, what do these coolers look like? Oh, they're taped. What the hell? What the hell is this? That is not a CPU cooler. I bought these a month and a half ago. I'm beyond the return limit. Is that a fuel pump? Dude sent me fuel pumps instead of CPU coolers. What on earth? Okay. That's unfortunate. Oh boy. Oh, okay. Alright, let's catch up on messages. What am I missing? I appreciate that, Dave. Let's see. Did I say socket 7? Wait. No, if I said socket 774, I meant socket 771. I apologize about that. Yeah, there was just 775 and 771. There was no 774. 5900X is actually still a pretty damn good CPU. Yes. Unfortunately, this is not a plastic bracket. It's actually metal. So I wish I could put that there. But also, this just has really tall legs for the standoffs. This must be for a specific... I think I got this from an HP. That's why it has the tall legs. That was my mistake. I need to buy more of the ones I used in this system. Not a big deal. They were like 25 bucks a piece, which is a bit pricey, but I can get them. I'll order 4 more of those. Let's see. It is indeed an eBay moment. Oh my god. Okay. I thought it was a fuel filter at first as well, but it had wires going to it, which makes me think fuel pump. It was not for the old school car I got. No, I've already got a fuel pump for that car. And, spoiler alert, how many of you know who Junkyard digs? Who's texting me? Okay, so, I've worked with Junkyard Digs twice on cars, and worked with, that's a very strong statement. I've assisted him in acquiring cars. I've never actually worked with him, and I decided to do it myself this time. And for $500, 500 bucks, I picked up a 1967 Mercedes-Benz. Doesn't work, but it will. So, spoiler. Junkyard, yeah. He actually lives like 10 minutes from me, so he's a cool dude. I don't have a Volvo, I've got the Mercedes, but no, I didn't order fuel pumps for it online. Let's say, at least we got one, functioning system so far. Now, it's gonna ask me for a license key, which, great. Let's see. Let's get this moved down where I can actually type on it. Okay, welcome to Windows. Yeah, da-da-da. No, I don't want to connect to that. Name. What was it? XXX 420 Blazing XXX. Yeah! Heck yeah! Is it not going to ask me for a license key? Is it really not going to ask me for a license? That was a, an OEM Dell, CD. It should ask me for a license. Hold on a second. Are we... Oh. Huh. Well, that's interesting. Okay. Well, it's just working. Okay. I brought a flash drive in here with a bunch of software on it, and that flash drive should also have Snappy Driver Installer. Oh, there's my other screws. I have lost my flash drive, though. That is marginally annoying because I don't have another one ready to go. What the heck did I do with that? Damn it. Wait a minute. There it is. There it is. Okay. So, time to find out if this is USB 2 or 1. That does not want to fit in there next to the mouse. I need a PS2 mouse, but let's see. Well, it sees it. That's good. Oh, that is very slow without drivers. Okay, let's get... what is going on? I could be wrong. Unlock. I think that these Prestonia CPUs are 64-bit capable, but we only installed a 32-bit version of XP. So, let's see. Wow, I can't read any of that. It's all garbled. We're going to go a few revisions back on the driver for the 6600. And I kind of think that maybe we just leave everything else alone. It is USB 2. Okay, perfect. Let's get that installed. And in the meantime, let's at least have a look at this third system. This is our first socket 771 system. What? Perchlorate material? What? Okay, this looks like it was never opened. Oh my god, guys. Hey, we got a dual Molex to 4-pin EPS. We could connect that other CPU connector. But maybe we need it for this one. Oh, I got stickers. Cool. So, we have an I/O shield this time. Got Intel Server Essentials, which feels like it's got something inside it, probably a driver disk. Hey! That's actually fantastic. This looks like it has never been used. Okay. Yeah, it's still heat shrinked. It's a good looking board. No, it's not heat shrink, but it's still... This is new. This one I actually didn't pay a lot for. I am much happier now that I know that it's new. What did I pay for this? Okay. So it still has these little shields on it. I think that we're going to have to get new CPU coolers for all the systems I was trying to do. I believe this might, heavy emphasis on might, support Crossfire. I don't think it supports SLI. Yes. I know that this uses DDR2 FB DIMMs, which I have a bunch with me. I think that cooler problem is going to really hold us up. I did not see that coming. So that's on me, though. That's my fault. I think we're just going to... Man, I really can't do much without those coolers. That is a real shame. Let's restart this, the first PC, which... This is the one that I thought would be the least likely to just work. Okay. Yes, I want to restart. Okay. Huh. Well, I can show you the case that second system was supposed to go in. Once I move some of this junk off of it. We have... Oh, boy. An Antec Sonata 2. This is a weird case. Boy, I just don't have room here. It's not like I've got a bunch of crap on this table. No, that wouldn't be the problem. So the thing about this Sonata 2 is it actually has... Did I remove it already? I did not. Come on, there we go. It doesn't have an intake fan at all. What it has is one fan grill here for an intake, because there's no exhaust on the top, nothing on the side panel, and it has a second fan here to draw air in from here, blow it onto your CPU, and then exhaust it out here, so that way it can recirculate that hot air and kill your components. You know, good stuff. But for some reason, this was a highly ranking case from back in the day. So this is what that second system would have been installed in. I hate this case. Ooh! And the third system, I can't believe we're running into those cooler issues. I am very sorry, guys. Let's see here. I mean, Windows 7's still perfectly good. Let's start getting some software dragged over at least. The whole point of this is to get these things ready for the HEDT video, and you know, at least I'm getting one done. What games should we test is the question. Let's get flat out 2 brought over. I know we'll want to test that. So, two systems we can't build. Out of the 4 to 5, that is unfortunate. We'll get some of these things moved out of the way so I can at least show you what the third system would have been installed in as far as the case goes. I don't actually know what case this is, but oh, I got it for 10 bucks, and it came with a 750 watt power supply that worked. So, if anybody it says Antec on the front, so can you even see that? Not super well. Oh, it's a big friggin' case. I'll tell you that much. I'm sorry about that noise. Oh, okay. Whew. Oh boy, that's what it would have been installed in it. It's got some fans in it already, which is nice. Okay, so let's pivot. So while this is... what is that? Okay. While we're getting software installed here, let's look at one of the systems we might donate to Augie. So I know what I'm going to do for Augie's XP machine, but I'm not so sure what to do. Oh, for Windows 98. Ugh. I bought this for 15 bucks, which is a steal considering on eBay they go for like 200. In good condition. This is not in good condition. This is a gateway of some sort. G6 400, which I believe, yes, Intel Pentium 2. I have not opened this up yet. I don't know what's inside here. It looks original, but it also looks like it's missing some things. So let's... one moment here. Antec cases were weird. Oh yeah, you're right. Oh god, that would just bake everything. Yes, that is the case that I got when I picked up all that stuff. Let's see. Very nice. I gotta... you know what? I need to mute for a second. There we go. Okay. So, let's open this up and look at it. I have not opened this. With any luck, we'll see a cartridge-based Pentium 2. I see a lot of spiders. That's cool. Oh, yeah. This thing looks original. Oh, thank God. We have AGP. Okay. My biggest worry was this going to be a PCI-only system. We're going to be installing Windows 98 on here. Do we have a hard drive? Oh my god, we do. Oh no, it's an IBM. Okay. Those of you who know. November 1998, this is a 10.1 gigabyte IBM. Is this a DeskStar? I don't think it is. That might save us. Okay. Looks like a 400 megahertz Pentium 2. That is a pretty fast Pentium 2. Let's see. Yeah, you might be right about them copying the Fractal Define. So I'm pretty sure it's like a 2008 to 2009 case. Spiders are... oh yeah, you're right. You're right about them being a feature. So let's see. Oh. Clicked on something. What'd I do? I think that this... when I bought this, I thought that it was going to be dead because it was 15 bucks. And I was kind of planning on putting like a completely modern set of hardware in here to turn it into a sleeper. Because it is very yellowed. But it seems to be in okay shape. Surprisingly, the capacitors look good. I can't tell Can't tell how much RAM we have. It's probably going to be 300 and... Oh, what would that be? 370... I don't know. I'm assuming all three of those sticks are going to be 128 meg. Because this was a Windows 98 machine. So... Oh, get out of here, mouse. Okay, what am I on? Oh, it's the screwdriver. What did I click on? Okay, flatout 2's been moved. What else do we want? What games was I going to test? I know I have some. Let's move Saints Row 2 over. I don't think it's going to run very well, but might as well pop it over. Okay. I want to power this on, but our screen is being used by this. So what I think I'm going to do is, you know what, let's just reach into the spider hive and pop out one of these. 256 megabytes. That's actually a pretty large stick of RAM for the era, especially considering that it's SD RAM. Okay. Does this have 768 meg? This would have been a crazy high-end system at the time. I don't know what size this is. It doesn't say. All three sticks are different, so this was likely upgraded after the fact. I don't know. These two don't have their capacities listed. This one just says 8x64. The other one just had a bunch of numbers and nothing else. We will find out shortly. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it doesn't say Desk Star on it, but it kind of does look like a Desk Star, and those ones... Let's see... I mean, who knows? Maybe it works. Age of Empires. I don't think I had... Oh, absolutely, Unreal Tournament 2004. Well, I love Unreal Tournament 2004. It's one of my favorite games. But I think what we're going to do is, once this is finished transferring, we're going to shut down this system, because it's basically ready to go. All I need to do is move software onto this machine, and then it will be ready for the video. The other two machines, I've got to... I gotta get coolers. You know what? Where's my phone? I'll just buy those now. Let's pop open eBay. I'm getting real hungry. Go to purchases. Scroll very far down because I bought those a while ago. Okay. Oh no, they've gone up in price. Shit. Okay, now they're $30 a piece with $10 shipping. Oh god. Okay. How many does this guy have? He only has 2. So quantity 2. I'm going to buy 2 from this guy, so that'll be $30 with 60. Oh god, okay. You know what? I need them. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Okay. Confirm and pay. Ugh. 'Cause I still need 2 more, and that was like $80 right there. I shouldn't have bought those. I thought that those would be good, but they have 2 long legs. They were designed for like an HP system, so 771 cooler. Let me see if there's anything else cheaper. That one doesn't come with the backplate. That is wrong. Does this one come with the backplate? It does not. That is useless to me. They have to come with the backplate, otherwise I can't use them. My mom's calling? You know what? Give me 10 seconds. Okay, yeah, she just said, sup, and then got mad when I told her I was in the middle of a live stream. So, okay, there are not a lot of options. I mean, I can reuse the backplates from those. I can. Some of these still have the original thermal paste on them. Okay. What am I missing? It's true. It is true. I gotta stop clicking things. Let's see. It is. It's the Thermaltake Exazer 2. Got it from a gold scrapper, of all things. So, we're gonna see if the power supply is good enough in this. Let's see. And yes, the desks are... Oh, God. Okay. Yeah, you might be right, getting a CNC machine. This guy... He wants $40 for the coolers, but he has no pictures. I might have to order some more later when I've got more time to look through things. But at least I've got a couple more on the way. Oh, you know what? I didn't check to see if the ones that I just ordered had backplates. Purchases. Doesn't say. We'll figure it out later. At least I have two more that are confirmed to work on the way because they're the same as the ones in here. And I do have backplates included with these coolers. It's a shame I can't use these. Getting an idea. I can use these if I remove these brass slugs, which I think I've done before. I don't have my pliers with me, but... Wait, do I? Do I have a pair of pliers? Are we able to butcher some stuff on stream? That would be very funny. What's this? These are not pliers, those are side cutters. See, the thing is, I moved most of my tools down to the garage. So, we might not be able to butcher this on stream, but don't you worry, I'm going to try and just pop those off there, and I might be able to reuse these exact coolers. So, looks like we're done with the transfer, so we can shut this thing down. And then move this behemoth out of the way. Now this, I think this was a GeForce 4 MX4000. We might end up putting that in here to use, because this is going to be a, if this machine works, if it works, this will be a donation for Augie, and we will put Windows 98 on it. So let's get all this stuff unplugged. I should really put a USB 2 card in here to give us extra USB ports. Remember how I said I wasn't going to connect the front? I really should. Oh, you know, it's suddenly very heavy now. You know, now that it has a whole system inside it. Oh dear. Woo! Ouch. Okay. So, now that I've dumped the trash can everywhere by stepping on it, let's see if this system works. It doesn't have onboard graphics. Interesting. Okay, well, I think that this works, so let's pop this in. There is one thing I will say. The fact that it's missing the original graphics card doesn't bode well for the likelihoods of this working. Also, the DVD, is that even DVD? It is a DVD drive. The DVD drive is unplugged. This might have been scrapped for parts and then sold to me. We're going to plug the DVD drive back in anyway. It'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. How could it not be fine? So, before we fire this up, let me catch up on the stream chat. They really do call it the wrong time. Holy crap, we got 64 viewers? Wow. You're right about the tariffs, though. Holy crap. I could use the rubber pads as cushions. You know what? You're right. Where's my voodoo banshee? Oh boy. I think I needed to fix this first, though. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's missing like a capacitor right down here. Whatever C25 would have been. But this is a proper 3DFX card, manufactured by 3DFX or STB Systems. I wonder if this would have had a heatsink. It probably would have. So for now, we're going to stick with the GeForce 4. Let's see. Another thing that can stop these gateways from posting is a bad CMOS battery. We don't even know if it's broken yet. Where's my power? Oh, here we go. Let's see if it explodes. Well, it's turned on. Long and two shorts. I'm hearing the hard drive spin up. We should have had something on the screen by now, I think. Yeah, the Banshees did run hot. The other one I have does have a heatsink, but I don't know where it is. It might be in the garage. Floppy test. We might... We are posted. We're just not showing on the screen. Okay. Let's try a different AGP card. This is a universal AGP card. This might only work with the older AGP. Alright, we're just going to see if it even posts with this Banshee. Again, I'm pretty sure this is a broken Banshee. See what happens. I think one long and... Oh, hey! No friggin' way. Holy crap. Alright, just because it's displaying does not mean that it works. I had a drink. I am very thirsty and I had a drink. There it is. I want to see if this boots into anything. I can hear the hard drive moving. It's not making any clicking noises. There's no way that this just works, right? So... oh, ew. That is certainly a choice for a background. What's that error? Did not detect a mouse. Okay, I do have some PS2 mice. I don't know where they are. We're going to try this USB mouse, but a lot of these systems just do not like USB mice. I also forgot to connect the keyboard. I'm surprised it didn't complain about that. So... I can try to find a PS2 mouse, but I heavily suspect that I could be searching for like 20 minutes, and I'd rather not, you know, abandon you guys for 20 minutes. Nope, not there. Just looking down here to see if there is anything. We're going to let it get back into Windows 98. Now I have a question. The IBM hard drive is functioning. They are known to die. Very specifically known to die. What's this now? Yeah, I know that the date and time settings are going to be wrong. We're going to escape to resume. Obviously, it needs a new BIOS battery. Thank goodness it's a standard coin cell. One of those 2032s. No, we're going to skip that. Actually, you know what? No, we're going to continue. We're going to continue the scan disk. It's only doing this because I hard powered it off without, you know, telling it to power off. But of course, I had forgotten to plug in anything, so I couldn't just tell it to. A lot of these older systems, you press the power button, it just turns off instantly. It's like a hard shut off almost. The question I was getting at is, do I donate this system with the original period correct 10 gigabyte IBM drive, knowing that there is a chance that it could die? Or do I... does it work with the USB mouse? No, it does not. Okay. Well, that's the thing. I can get USB drivers onto this thing, but for now, we'll just use the keyboard to navigate. Alright, what do you guys say? Absolutely true that the 2D part could be the only thing that's working. HEDT is high-end desktop. And it is not just, you know, a fast computer, but we're talking Skull Trail, X79, X99, X299, we're talking Threadripper, things like that. Sometimes dual CPU systems, but as an example, the i7 like 3770, that was what we would have considered a high-end desktop at the time, but it was not HEDT. You wanted an HEDT system, you got the i7 3820 or 3850. Completely different socket, had way different capabilities. We're talking 6 cores, 12 threads, 8 cores, 16 threads. where a mere mortal's system at the time would have had 4 cores and 8 threads. That's HEDT. Macintosh Performa, hell yeah. Let's see, Commodore, that is awesome. You know, if someone wants a really cool Power Mac, I've got one. I will give it to you. It functions. It has a dead PRAM battery, but it works. It's right down here. Let me see if I can... Oh, gotta move a CRT to get to it. It is a Power Macintosh G3, 266 megahertz, 32 megs, and some other stuff. I haven't really touched it. I don't know much about Macs. And my fear, what I'm scared of, because those are rare systems, I am scared of starting a video like, look at this cool system, let's fix it, and then I break it. I don't want to do that. I want someone to enjoy that system who knows how to use them. Plus, the plastics are super brittle. I've actually got some of the plastics over here because the previous owner tried to fix it, and the previous owner busted it all to heck. So, I think I paid like 40 bucks for that, so not too bad. Yeah, that's a good idea. Mayer? A Lucent? I had one of those. If you go far enough back in my video history, before I made good videos, we had a Lucent. It had this giant tape drive in it. Super cool. Like, the tape was this friggin' big. It was like as big as a VHS, but only half as thick. I mean, we can try, but so there's a couple different things to USB and Windows 98. USB changed how they delivered the USB drivers with USB 2.0, and this is a 1.1 system. So some mice are backwards compatible and will deliver the old school driver method. But ones like this, which is a lot newer, I do not think it will. The system will detect it, but, ouch, will not actually install the drivers. So let me have a quick look. Just gonna pop over to my other room here that I don't think I'm gonna have a PS2 mouse within grabbing distance, but I did find my pliers. Okay. Well, you know what? I've got a few down in the garage, but I don't want to go down there right now because I'd have to unlock it. I'd have to leave my microphone up here, and you wouldn't see me for like 6 or 7 minutes. So let's... Yeah, that's a no. But we're gonna... Well, let's see. Yeah, it wants me to manually install the drivers for this. Sure. Stunt track driver. Huh. Yeah, no mouse, unfortunately. Shoot. I am so tempted to go grab one, but again, I'd be gone for like 5 to 10 minutes, and I don't want to do that, but... You know what? You got a point. I might actually have a PS2 to USB adapter close enough to grab. I got something stuck to my foot now. Great. Alright, what do we got? Ancient thermal paste. Cool. It might not be close enough for me. I thought I knew where I had it, but I might be wrong. Oh, more desk star drives. Okay. Think we're out of luck on that PS. Wait a minute. Oh. I'm sure you all can imagine just how organized I am. I don't know where anything is. Okay, well, it's unfortunately not going to work. I do not have one within easy locating distance. Found a giant Nerf dart, though. Here's that giant Nerf dart. Do I really not have a compatible mouse within grabbing distance? Huh. That sucks. Okay. Well, I tried. Either way, this system looks like it's going to work just fine, surprisingly. Okay. So I think what we're going to do, I don't know if we're going to use the... How hot is this? Boiling. So, as I was saying, I don't think we're going to use the Banshee. I think, again, it's physically missing a piece. Something is not going to work. Whether or not it actually even does 3D anymore, something is not going to work. And I don't want my friend to be trying to use something and have this mystery issue because I cheaped out on a graphics card. So, I mean, I also didn't check how much RAM it had. If those two sticks that didn't list their size were 128 megs each, and this one was 256, that would give us half a gig. That's actually pretty friggin' fantastic for Windows 98. So, cool. This will be a good starter system. If I had been more prepared, I would have had that, shoot. If I had been more prepared, I would have had a PS2 mouse up here, but I wasn't, and I don't. Now, where did I put... There it is. Got a giant knurled thumb screw for this. Now, I found some pliers. So we're going to set this to the side. And we also have a couple more systems to look at. Let's have a quick look-see if I can brutalize this cooler. I think that's going to be a yes. Okay, I need to unthread the captive screw. Oh no. Oh, that is not going to work actually, because the screws are too long. The screws themselves. Shoot. Well, now what? Yeah, I think we're just going to have to wait for those other ones to get in. Then we will have known working coolers. I could replace these screws with something different, but we're getting into like actual effort territory when I've got the correct ones on the way anyway. So, That's not going to work. Let's grab that other system I was going to look at. At least we built one HEDT system. What we have here is a complete mystery. I know nothing about this. All I know is I bought it for 10 bucks. And it's got an MSI H81, so that's 4th gen, right? 4th gen Intel. Hey, we have a 250 gig SSD with the label peeled off. Wait. Oh. This has been opened. Why would they have opened their SSD? I do actually have a Rage XL. That's the problem, is I don't have any early USB mice with me. Why would they have opened their SSD? Did they like swap the internals out with something that was cheaper to try and scam someone? Anyway, we got something. SATA cable. I like having SATA cables. We have an EVGA 500 watt power supply. That alone was worth the $5 I paid for this. Okay. This has onboard graphics, so we can just connect right up. I mean, I don't see any reason not to just turn this thing on and see if it functions, right? Suppose... Ooh! I should plug in the power if I was going to do that. Wow, it's only connected with 2 screws. Okay. Survey says... Well, it didn't explode. Where's the power button? CPU fan doesn't spin. Oh, it twitches though. So the CPU... Oh, wait. No. It's not connected. What? Yeah, it's not secured. I saw a screen though, so that probably means we do have a CPU in here. Okay. We're gonna just see. Yeah, the CPU fan only twitches. It doesn't actually turn on. So we got a presumably bad CPU fan. It goes into the EFI shell. Oh, there it goes. The CPU fan finally turned on. And it is noisy. Okay. Oh my god. The power supply fan's missing. Like, completely missing. What? Is that real? No, it's just clear and spinning really fast. I'm stupid. Alright, I want to try to get into the BIOS of this board. Clearly it's doing something. We have a CPU. Okay. i3-4160. Okay. That's an 8 gig stick of RAM because it has a single stick of RAM. Dude, that's cool. $5. Missing a side panel, but $5. Alright, what's that SSD? This is weird. See what happens. Meanwhile, I'll read messages. So Windows 98 SE will sometimes require extra drivers depending on the mouse. I've had some, usually really old, USB mice work. Usually they're USB ball mice. I do have some of those, but they're not up here. I've moved most of my stuff down to the garage, so, you know. Okay. What? Maybe I can manually tell it to go to the SSD. I could just go into the BIOS and see if it even sees the SSD. Oh, boot device. Enter setup. Okay, that's not a good sign. Do I have a mouse? I do have a mouse. UEFI hard boot settings. Show me the SATA. Where the heck? It doesn't see the SSD. Okay. Let's try switching to a different SATA port. Could just be a dead SSD. Again, I got the whole thing for $5. If it doesn't have a working SSD, I'm not that broken up about it. In fact, I got a 2 terabyte Intel S4510. Settings. Where did I see that last time? Where did I see that? Huh. Probably bad SSD. I mean, they opened it. Why else would you open it unless it was dead and you were trying to fix it? I can't see that screen. Let's see. Yeah, it's probably just a dead SSD. Literally wasn't even seen by the BIOS, but what screen did I get to see that? I'm just happy the system works. Board Explorer. Okay. Yeah, it reports all of these as empty. Okay. So that's a dead SSD. But again, I mean, I can turn around, put a non-dead SSD in here. This is a micro ATX board. Let me move some of this stuff so you guys can actually see what I see. Weird. Unplug all this crap. This is a micro ATX board. I can turn, there we go. I can turn around, put this in a cheap case, put a cheap SSD in here, and bam, right now I've got a donation PC. Granted, like I've said many times, I prefer to put a graphics card in here to give people HDMI so they can connect it to their TVs if they don't have a monitor. Does this have HDMI? It has HDMI. I don't even need to do that. That is fantastic. I really wish I had the side panel to this case. Is this like a Raid Max case? What the heck? What? Okay. This can't be Raid Max. It's too good. Made in China. I mean... Thermaltake. Okay, it's a Thermaltake case. That's cool. Apparently they had EVGA in it before, so... I mean, I guess that could have come with a... Oh, power supply. That is cool. Ooh, there's a stick of RAM on the floor. Oh. DDR2. Okay, let's see. $1 a piece. Hey, that's awesome. Not bad. Okay, what do we do? We've been stymied by these damn coolers, so we can't build those other two HEDT systems. I suppose we can at least get an overview of what I was trying to do. So, for the HEDT series, the first video will talk about early HEDT systems. The very first one is going to be a dual Pentium 4, but super early Pentium 4. We're talking socket 603. Yes, they're Xeons, but they're Xeons based on NetBurst, based on the original Pentium 4s. So it is dual Pentium 4 with ECC support. That is going to be paired with, unfortunately, RAM bus memory. That system I already built. I built it a while ago. If you want to see it, it's one of my older videos. It's the Windows XP Creation Station. I think I named it the Behemoth because it's friggin' huge. Giant fan in the front, like a 250mm fan. It's a terrible system, but it was high-end desktop at the time. That is the best you could get back then. 1.6 whopping gigahertz, 2 cores, 4 threads. That's like an early i3. Next is that that system we just successfully built in the Xazer 2 case. That's going to be middle NetBurst. So they have fixed all the problems with the initial release. They've moved from socket 603 to 604, and on mortal desktops, they moved from socket 423 up to socket 478. Where's my drink? I'm still thirsty. That was the Xazer 2 system. We're going to have 4 gigs of RAM once I find the rest of my DDR1, and I think the CPUs were like 2.8 gigahertz. This would be the third system we look at. This is the last, well, technically not the last, but effectively the last gasp of NetBurst. This has 2 of the last single-core NetBurst ever released. We're talking single-core, again, with hyper-threading, so 2 cores, 4 threads. We've got I think these ones are 3.6 gigahertz. So these are going to be, I believe, Irwindale CPUs. And we've moved up to DDR2 now, and we got PCI Express for the first time. So, granted, this is PCI Express 1.0, so we are very limited in bandwidth. Now, technically, there's a couple of, I think like 2 or 3 CPUs that were released that had 2 cores, 4 threads each. And I think they might be compatible with this motherboard, which would give us 4 cores, 8 threads like the first i7s, but It's net burst. It runs hot, hot, hot. So, that would be like video number 4 on net burst, or sorry, system number 4 on net burst. I don't want to do that much on net burst. Net burst is awful. So, after that one, we're going to move on. Whoops, I dropped a knife. I'm going to step on that later. We're going to move on to this board here. This is a huge jump in performance because we've gone from net burst up to Core 2. Now, you might be thinking that I would jump straight to the Core 2 Duo, but we're going to ignore the Core 2 Duo because the Core 2 Quad was available literally at the same moment, at least for high-end desktops. So we're going to put 2 quad cores in here. We're going from 2 cores, 4 threads, up to 8 cores, 8 threads, immediately. So, you know what? We can at least put those CPUs in here. I think they're in this box. That box is empty. Yes, here we go. No. No. Uh-oh. Oh, no. They gotta be here somewhere. They're not these ones. These are for Skull Trail. Uh-oh. I'm losing my mind and everything that goes along with it. Huh. Well, I guess we're not putting CPUs in here. Everything I tried to do with this board just... I need new coolers. Unless... No, that wouldn't make sense. These are still too tall. Oh yeah, way too tall. Okay. Yeah, I have to wait for the correct coolers to come in. It sucks, but it is what I have to do. After that system, we're moving on to Intel's Skull Trail, where we're going to have 2 of the, already forgot the model numbers, like E5472s. Those are 1600 megahertz front-side bus CPUs, 8 cores, 8 threads spread across 2 sockets, and for the first time, we had PCI Express 2.0. That means that we can use, like, new graphics cards and not be horrendously bottlenecked by the PCI Express slot. Whereas with this system, we've got PCI Express 1.0, and I think this might also be 1.0. I do not remember, but you guys can look it up if you want. It's out of an Oxygen 630. But Skull Trail was one of the first to implement PCI Express 2.0, so if I put like a 1070 or even a 1080 in there, it's not going to bottleneck it too much. And you should be able to have a reasonably modern gaming experience, even on a system from 2008. So, at least that's my hope. Shoot. Now what do we do? We've been stymied by, at least a little bit, by just about every system we've touched, because I don't have a mouse old enough for the gateway. I don't have the correct coolers for the other 2 HEDT systems. Let me see what's within grabbing distance. Ooh, what's this? Garbage. Y'all know how much I like garbage. We've got a Dell of some sort. This is most notably not HEDT. What is this? Optiplex XE Windows 7 sticker. I'm going to guess... it's got no CPU sticker, so I'm going to guess Core 2. Looks like I've been at this system before. I'm sure that means it works fine. Now, before... oh, it's missing RAM. That probably doesn't mean it works fine. Alright, what have I missed as far as chat stuff? Dual 3... no, I have not dabbled with Dual 386. I didn't know they had Dual 386. I knew they had multi-CPU for 486, but I didn't know they had that for 386. I actually have a 386 computer that is sitting right out there, so we'll go look at that in a minute. Single, yeah. Okay. Why is the ATI Rage XL like $30? That should be like a $5 graphics card, especially the PCI version. That's so stupid. They should not be that much. I do still have that XCLIO case. That's actually I had 2 of them. I sold one of them for $10. I shouldn't have. It was worth a lot more than that, but you know, I want to pass these things on to people that can enjoy them. And for example, if I spend $20 building a computer, why do I need to sell it for more than $20? You know, I had my fun. I enjoyed it. Now let's let someone else enjoy it. The XCLIO that I kept was actually a review sample sent to one of my friends who used to work for Newegg back in the day. So, yes. Oh, don't you worry. So these particular Xeons, these ones are Prescott. They're not technically Prescott. These are Irwindale, but Irwindale is the server version of Prescott. It's literally the same thing, but with ECC support and a couple of other small features. It's literally the same die. That's why I wanted good coolers like that. All right, what else did I miss? Yeah, that makes sense for Tomb Raider. Yeah, people do. These things shouldn't be that expensive. I have heard back from VCF. I'm going to get a table so I can sell some of my systems and hopefully pay for my hotel and maybe some pizza money. Speaking of which, I should order a pizza, but I haven't yet heard back on if I have a talk or not. Last year I had a talk and it was very popular. I had the secondary room, which had a max capacity of 50. We had 65-ish people in there. We had a lot of people. People were standing along the back and along the edges. VCF Midwest uploaded it to their YouTube. You can go check that out right now if you want. It's like half-hour talk, and I talked about how low-end stuff is actually pretty cool. And this year, I'm going to talk about entering the vintage computer hobby on a budget, which is very hard to do these days because, I mean, where's that Voodoo Banshee? I got this for free out of the trash. But if you want to buy this, like, if you're, 20-something years old, you got your first paycheck, hell yeah, I want to build a vintage PC. What are you going to do? You're going to go straight to eBay. And you're going to look at this and go, that's $85? Man, I was going to spend that on games. So, it's stupid expensive. These things should not be this expensive. There's no reason for them to be this expensive. Yeah, they're uncommon, but they're not that uncommon. And keeping these things at high prices actively stops people from entering the hobby. And if I can help with that, I will. So with that trash Voodoo Banshee, once I fix it, I'm going to have my fun, and then I'm going to sell it for $10. Because that's what I think it's worth, and I'd like someone to be able to enjoy it. What I don't like is when people take advantage of that, buy something from me cheap, and then turn around and list it on eBay, which I have seen a few times. I do need pizza. So, let's see. Oh, absolutely turn Dell into a gaming PC. This one probably has a Core 2 CPU in it, maybe even a Core 2 Quad. We'll see if we can stick a low-profile GPU in it, but what I was originally building, Yante, is we built a couple of HEDT systems, I'll bring the motherboard back up, based on dual-socket Pentium 4s. Let's see, catching up on messages. Hello, Justin. All right, you take care, Yante. Socket 939 FX. Why is that going for $500? There's no way. Oh, hey, thank you. 8400 GSs are just such a good card. They're terrible, but they just work. They always work, and they're cheap because they were in everything. You can get a PCI Express X16. You can get AGP. You can get PCI. You can get a PCI Express 1X 8400 GS. I have a couple of them. They might even be close enough to grab, but I don't want to hunt for them. So, let's look at this random Dell that we found. The cooler is firmly attached, so it probably has a CPU installed. This is going to be a DDR2 system, and if I recall, I had a bunch of DDR2 sitting right around here, maybe even right here. Here we go. What do we got? 1 gig DDR2, 4200. That is really slow DDR2, but it might enable us. Alright, which slots are which? We'll try DIMM 1 first. Wait a minute. This is DDR3. That sure looks like socket 775 to me. DDR3 in a socket 775 system. What the hell? I think that this is all going to be DDR2. Oh, This is early enough to where it probably won't support 8 gig DIMMs. Otherwise, I would just pull the one out of that system we just looked at. What do I have for DDR3 within grabbing distance? That's not DDR3. What's this? That's DDR2. That's a cute little, this is a industrial motherboard with a Core 2 Duo in it. And it's a fine little ITX machine, but it only supports up to 2 gigs of RAM, so that kind of removes all the fun I was going to have with it. This is one of my many, many dead second-gen Core i-series motherboards. All of them are exactly the same, too, so they must just not survive. I swore I had some DDR3 right around here. Maybe in here? Yes. Okay. Let's try this one. It's a 2 gig stick of DDR3. We're going to stick it right in here. And these systems actually have a sensor to tell you, or tell the system whether or not the side panel is open. But you can just close it with your finger. So let's see if this thing even works. It's a fairly full-featured board too. It has PS2, which is not super common. You can't even see that screen if that's there. Now, let's find out if this thing works at all. Oh, it is not happy. I don't think that's RAM. Just number 1 was lit. I think for RAM it would be 1 and 3. Oh, wow. Okay, it's, yeah, this is, I might not be able to get this working. I don't know if it ever did. I might have, worked on this thing years ago. There's a 4 gig stick of DDR3. I don't think that's going to work. That's DDR2. Shoot. Okay. Ooh. Here's some Patriot sticks. I have yet to have these work in any system whatsoever, so obviously we're going to try it in this one. There's a 1 gig stick. That might work. A lot of these early Early DDR3 Dell systems were limited to 1 gig per slot, or 2 gigs per channel. That's not going to work, that's ECC. Darn it. Well, let's try one of these Patriot sticks. That won't work. I don't think that it was RAM related. Where's my power? Oh boy! Can someone look up the Optiplex XE? Hang on. Hang on, it might be working. Someone look up the Optiplex XE and tell me what the RAM specifications are. We have 3.4 lit up this time. Okay. Maybe I've just got it in the wrong slot. Let's try that. All right, what do you guys think? That is very cool. That scientific PC. Very cool. We're getting... Wait a minute. Oh my god, we got it. I don't know what CPU this has. Let's do the setup. F2. Is this going to have... It is. Okay. System info. I don't want my hair getting caught in here. Core 2 Quad Q8400. We got a little tiny Core 2 Quad in here. Oh, that is sick. Okay. Now, I have clearly been at this before because I see one of my Toshiba CMOS batteries. What do I have that I can put in here for graphics card? It has a full-length PCI Express, but obviously it'll only take a half-height card. I have tons down in my garage, but very little up here. I've moved most of my setup down there, so... Oh boy, let's see what I've got. Half height is going to be rough. I don't know if I've got any half height graphics cards up here. Oh, I got another Sound Blaster. Some sort of junk in here. Oops. Oh, okay. We might actually have something. Oh, get out of there. What is this? No. Now that's a terrible card. That was a Quadro NVS. No thank you. I should really just grab this whole box and bring it out. Whoopsies. Okay. Ooh. I keep stepping on screws. I have no idea why. So, we've got... What is that? That's a Rage 128 Pro. Okay. Lots of half-height cards in here, but they all look like they're crap. This one doesn't even have the right bracket. This one does, but it's an ATI card. Probably going to be like a 2400, I would guess. And it has DMS 59. We want to avoid DMS 59 if possible. It may not be possible. Another probably 2400 with DMS 59. Ooh. Got a GeForce 2 MX200 without a bracket. Okay. Well, you know, I got a whole drawer full of graphics cards over here that you can't see because it's out of sight. Hey, I got graphics cards right here that'll work. Hey. I remember this. I recapped this. I think this is an 8400 GS. Yes, it is. So, I don't know why I bothered saving this, but I replaced the capacitors on here, and I think that it works just fine. So let's go ahead and slap this in here. Just like so. Now I will need an adapter like this one. Oh, that was convenient. So, what do you think of the odds that this works? Let me know in the comments. Also, Core 2 quad with an 8400. Normally you'd put something a little higher end in there, but okay. Hey, that's actually pretty quiet too. Oh my god, it works. Oh, that's adorable. Okay. Hey, you know what? So, a couple of things. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. Some of you probably weren't there at the time, but we are building two systems for one of our viewers, Augie. One system is going to be that gateway. It's going to be Windows 98, Pentium 2, whatever we can throw in there. The other system is going to be Windows XP, and I mentioned a Core 2 Quad Q8400. That's what's in here, right? Or was it an 8200? Either way, this is a Core 2 Quad. We can throw a few gigs of RAM in here, and the 8400GS is more than capable of Windows XP games. And then they'd have like a tiny little baby XP machine. I think that's fantastic, and this is the first system I have ever used that works with these stupid Patriot RAM sticks. So, let me throw another RAM stick in here. Dual channel mode. Make it think that the case is closed. Will it work with 2 gigs of RAM? That's a good sign. Okay. Okay, hey, we're getting somewhere. I'm pretty sure that I had 4 of those Patriot sticks. I could be wrong. Because I don't want to give them 2 gigs. I want at least 4 gigs of RAM for them. That is an 8 gig stick of DDR3. That is not going to work. 2 gigs? I don't know. Oh yeah, that's right. What did we find out about the XE? Justin. Hello again. Am I missing something? What's Justin pinging? The GT730 is actually really, really good for Windows XP. 1066. Well, it has 1333 in there right now. 8 gigs per module. That doesn't sound right. K600 is a really good GPU. I have a couple, but they have the full height brackets. I don't have the half height brackets. Yes. What is it, Justin? Autistic Furry Man. R7250 is very, very nice. Fun fact. Fun fact. I actually have, it should be like right here. Should be. Where is it? Is it not right here? Yes, it is. Okay. I need somewhere to put that. This was the first graphics card I ever purchased brand new. Not the first card I ever had, but the first I ever purchased brand new. This is an R7-240 with GDDR5. I got the memory on this thing up to like, I think, 1400 megahertz-ish, and the core I got to 1150. When you think about that, that's crazy, because I'm pretty sure the default clock speeds for this is like 780 megahertz, and I overclocked it to over a gigahertz. I was running Grand Theft Auto 5 on this online back in the day, and I was getting like 45 to 60 FPS. This was a fantastic card, and I think I killed it with my overclocks. So, back to RAM, that's right. I mean, we'll try higher density modules, but I am not convinced that we're going to get any to work. I know that these things are very picky about the ranking. So if you have a dual ranked card like 2R by 8, you can have one of those sticks of RAM per channel. That's why back in the day, low density RAM was often a consideration if you were building an Intel system. I've also got to check because some of these are ECC and some of them are not. So that one might work. That's a 1 gig. Where's the rest of my Patriot? I know I had 4 of those. I know I did. Okay, this is a 4 gig stick that seems to work with everything, so we will try this in there to see if 4 gigs works. Hey, I got a Kingston of unknown size. Cool. I really need to sort this stuff. Another 4 gig stick. PC2. I don't know what that is. Oh, half a gig of DDR1. Another one of those. Lots of FB DIMMs in here. Ugh. Alright, we'll try what we've got, I think. Oh, okay. Got an assortment of memories. Let's pull our Patriot. We know we can get up to 2 gigs. I would like to see at least 4. We're shooting for 4 gig, but we know we can do 2. This is a 2 gig stick of DDR2 800. That's DDR2, that's right. No, we want DDR3. Don't know what I was thinking. This is a 4 gig stick. I do not think this will work. But what am I doing wrong here? It's bent. I have no idea how that would have happened. Okay. Got this one that always seems to work. This is a 4 gig stick. This is the most compatible stick of RAM that I have ever come across. If this system supports 4 gigs, this one will work. No. Not happy with that. Okay. I didn't think it was going to work, but it was worth a shot. This is a 1 gig stick of 1333, which is the same as the Patriot. What's the ranking on this? It does not say. Cool. I didn't think I was going to be dealing with early DDR3 RAM issues. But here we are. I don't think this one's going to work. Let's find out. No, we've got 3, 4 lit up. It is. Well, no, I don't think so. That is a negative. These things are so friggin' picky. Okay. Am I missing anything? Okay. It really was so picky. Okay. I don't think this is G45. I mean, it might be. I don't actually know what chipset they used in this. I think it's G33. They really do. The short ones, but not in this case. Yeah. So, let's keep trying. This is a 2 gig stick. Slower. It is not ECC. Looks like a no. No. At least it's quick. Unless it wasn't seated all the way. Also a possibility. No. Okay, it was worth a shot. I'm getting hungry. 2 gig, much faster. Highly doubt that this will work. And it's 1 rank by 8. Okay, this one actually might. Like I said, oh, it really doesn't like that one. Ooh. Okay. Noted. Let's try this Kingston. I think this is 4 gigs. I really do not think it's going to work. But it's here. No. Didn't think so. I know I've got more of those Patriot sticks, but it would be nice to find other sticks that can go in there with it. This is more of that 2 gig stuff. That didn't work. That didn't work. I didn't try the Micron stuff yet. This is 2 rank by 8. I do not think that this will work, but it's worth a shot. So this is the higher density stuff that we've been talking about. Absolutely not. Oh, early DDR3. Ugh. Crucial. I've had luck with these Crucial sticks, but whenever I do have these Crucial sticks installed, the systems that they're installed in won't accept anything other than Crucial. That's new. Doesn't like it though. Okay, sure. Quickly running out of options. We've already tried this. Got a Samsung stick. I think we've tried this one. No. You know, I've also seen some systems where they will accept certain sticks of RAM, but only in certain slots. This is 4 gigs, I'm not even going to try it. But we've got some Patriot sticks that work. So we're going to stick these in, and I will be happy to be getting rid of these. I would like to get this system up to 4 gigs, but much like the other system, the HEDT system that we did successfully get working, I'm probably just going to have to do that later, because I am disorganized and most of my DDR3, I wasn't expecting to do a DDR3 system today. Most of my DDR3 is out in the garage. So we have 2 gigs RAM, 8400 GS, Core 2 Quad, I think Q8400. Let's find some storage. Now we could do a hard drive. This is designed to hold a hard drive, but I think we'll just grab, I don't know how big this SSD is, but I'm pretty sure it works. So let's just grab an SSD and maybe stick it over here. That's not going to work. Where is... Here it is. Yeah. I might have to find something to physically stick that in place. I wonder if I have some of those double-sided tape things. I should, but I don't know where they would be. Just because I don't want this flopping around and shorting things out inside the case. Once again, might have to be something that we just do later. So for now, I mean, the system should boot just fine with the SSD in here. I don't think we're going to have any issues with that. So let's get that side panel. There it is. And close it up. Close it, close it, close it. Okay. Now, this should actually work with our iOD ST300, wherever the heck I put that. Where did we put that? Where did I put that? Uh-oh. I don't have an optical drive for this machine, so we kind of need the IOD ST300. Where did I put that? If anyone's been watching long enough to see... Oh, it's right here. Okay. Well, hey, this has 2 network jacks. This would be a great little router. Okay. Let's get Windows XP. Oh, that's right. Because it's happy, it won't turn on automatically. You know what? Just for shits and giggles, let's go into the BIOS and make sure we do not want the diskette. We don't have a floppy drive. Where's the mouse? Disabled. No, we don't want RAID. We want AHCI. Yes. We want smart reporting. Boy, this mouse is hard to use in this BIOS. Okay, I don't know what's what. Let's see what happens. We still have XP loaded, I believe. No, we don't. Uh-oh. It's thinking. Okay, good. We're in the XP installer. You found an external DVD. Oh, hey. That's actually pretty awesome. Those external DVD drives are super useful. Okay. I've actually had, in some systems, depending on the configuration, if you're using onboard graphics or not, I've had XP recognize up to, I think it was like 3.8, like 3.75 gigabytes. Now, what you can do, if you have more RAM for a 32-bit system, you can actually enable PAE, Physical Address Extension, and with XP, that allows it to recognize, even though it's 32 bits, allows it to recognize up to, I think, 64 gigabytes of RAM, depending on the version of XP that you have. And with that, each individual process is still limited by 32 bits. So each individual process is still limited to effectively 4 gigs of RAM. But since you can have more RAM allocated, it still has a benefit if you're doing heavy multitasking. Not super useful with XP because you can just get 64-bit XP, and if your system has more than 4 gigs of RAM, it probably has a CPU capable of running a later operating system anyway. But it is a thing. Now, this should load a lot faster than when we were doing it on that CD, which I forgot to take out of that system. Shoot. And we're going to have to grab that at some point. Metal case, hey, that's pretty good. I've got some 4 gig DDR2. My problem is the 4 gig DDR2 that I have only seems to work with AMD motherboards, and only a small handful of them. It's so rare to find a system that works with 4 gig DDR2. It is so rare. How long have we been live? Ooh, wow, yeah, that's pretty good. Oh, hold on, I got an offer from a seller? Is this the guy that had no... No, I don't want that. That's the wrong thing. Okay. Shouldn't take too long. We've been live for, what is that, 4 hours now? Yeah, over. And in that 4 hours, we have successfully built one system, although we were shy on RAM, attempted to build the second, got most of the way through until we realized, oh shoot, the coolers won't work. Let's see. Setup cannot access this disk. What? Okay, that's... maybe that SSD isn't good. Let's power down. You know, these things happen. So we're going to go ahead. This one doesn't have a label anyway, so again, possible that it was already dead. This one has a label, though. Again, at some point, we will go... where did I... here it is. At some point, we will grab some sticky tape and secure that in place. But until then, alas, we're going to have to just deal with it. So, get Windows XP loaded back up. One of these days I'll have to figure out how to get this thing happier, but we might get it donated beforehand. What kind of stickers should we put on this? I've designed 3 stickers for the channel. I think I've only got one of them with me. This was a sticker that I designed. Intel Inside dual core. This will go on one of the HEDT systems. Don't know which one yet. We've also got a fake case badge that says designed for Microshaft Windows 97. And we've also got one that just says X99 My Beloved. I think that's a really funny sticker. I don't know where it is. I've got them. You know what? While setup is loading, I'm going to run off real quick and see if I can find those stickers. I will be right back. Well, I found some of them. I found the rest of them. Okay, perfect. So these are stickers that I designed myself and one of my friends printed. These will be given away, some of them might be sold, at Vintage Computer Fest Midwest. X99 My Beloved. I think that's a hilarious sticker, and also slightly true. And if I can even get that back in. Goodness, okay. Get in. Oh, it's stuck on the glue. Okay. And then we've got, now these ones I need to fix a little bit. They've got some color banding because I didn't use high enough of a resolution. Designed for, you know, Microshaft Windows 97. It's a silly thing. Again, it'll be given away at Vintage Computer Fest. That's in Schaumburg, Illinois, I believe, September 11th and 12th, I think, maybe 12th and 13th. It's free to enter, so if you're in the area, feel free to go there. Let's see. Catching up on messages. Dang, 4 gig SODIMMs. That's cool. I also have a fairly... Actually, I'm sitting on it. This is a pretty high-end 775 board. This is out of an HP workstation, but I believe it's the same chipset as... oh, shoot. Can't remember. But this supports pretty much all of the Core 2 quads, and you can actually do SLI with it. So I've been saving this also for a rainy day. Cannot access this disk. What is going on? So I can't use this. This 76 gig partition, that's actually the IOD ST300 itself. What is going on? Okay, solution. Another SSD. If this doesn't work, we might just put a hard drive in it. I mean, it's XP. It'll be fine on a hard drive. Besides, then we can use the actual mounting thing. Plus, this one's brand new, so it should work. I've actually had some issues getting these Kingston drives to work in certain systems. Same size though, 240 gig. Let's try and get this to work. Why do I always lose the side panel immediately? There we go. Where's the power button? There we go. Well, now what is it mad about? Three and 4, that's RAM. Starting to not like this PC. What did I do different? All I did was turn it off and back on again. Well, no boot device. God damn it. Okay, we're gonna see if the SSD even shows up. Make sure my hair doesn't get in anything. I can't see. Drives. Yeah, it sees it. That's SATA 0. It's HCI. Okay, let's get XP going. This will be my last attempt with an SSD. If this doesn't work, we'll try a hard drive, and if a hard drive doesn't work, there might just be something wrong with this this computer. After all, I have worked on this PC before. I remember nothing about it, but this might just be a bad PC. Sometimes it happens. And these things did cook themselves, these little PCs. Oh boy. Yeah, no, this is it's SATA, but yeah, I could try another port. It did show up in the BIOS, so with any luck, it'll be fine. Let's see. That's true. GPT can cause an issue. In theory, this one should be blank, but even brand new ones absolutely can sometimes come with partitions. I hate it when they do that. It just, ugh. I don't want to use a partition created by the factory because I can't trust it. I can't. I could set it to legacy mode. That would effectively be IDE emulation on the SATA bus. I don't know if that'll cause an issue with trim support. It shouldn't. It shouldn't. I don't even know. I don't think Windows XP supports trim. I could be wrong there. That's a thought. Yeah, that's the thing though. When it showed up, it couldn't even see the drive, the installer. So can't format it if you can't see it. Now I could fire up like Windows, the Windows 7 or maybe even Windows Vista, and format it with that. Or I could fire up Linux and use something like, oh, what's that called? I can't think. Oh, Gparted. I could use that to create a partition. Sounds like a lot of work though, and I'm really hungry. Oh boy. Do I have a snack? I'm about out of soda. Now I'm out of soda. This, you know something? While this is loading, oh, it's loaded. Oh, wait, hey, there we go. Perfect. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, C for create partition. Yup. And do a quick format. Okay, while this is formatting, which should actually be super fast, because again, it's an SSD. Let's take this weird Antec Sonata 2 case that I hate. I wonder if I can put the side panel on now without it complaining. These. This whole system's tweaked a little bit, and I don't like that. Anyway, let's take this real quick. This is that weird computer. Now, my original plan was to take this case and use it for this Fujitsu Siemens. Maybe that's expected. Maybe it's already done. I was going to use it for this, but I am seeing a small issue. It's not going to fit. No. Okay. Oh, that sucks. It is what it is, though. Let's see how fast this goes. What do we do with this system? I could put this in there. I don't have an I/O shield for this, unfortunately, but we could use this. Maybe throw together a little SLI thing? I don't know. Oh boy. What do I have that's nearby? While we wait for that to finish, at least. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I see a bent pin. But it doesn't look like it's bent enough to matter. Okay. We would need a CPU for this. Which means I'd have to go down... Shit. What can I build? Wait, you know what? I got a CPU in here. I think this was a Core 2 Duo. Might have been a Core 2 Quad. Let's find out what's in here. Because I don't remember. Could use the cooler too if we really wanted to. Skip this. Next. Name. Small. Sure. If Augie wants to change it later, they can. Okay. I need a rag. Ooh. Survey says this is a really beat up, scratched up CPU. An E4600. No, thank you. That is too low end for my tastes. We're not using this CPU. I don't think I have any other Core 2 anything up here. Again, I moved everything downstairs to the garage. Let's see, let's catch up on messages. Yeah, I could do that. Yeah, it's kind of funny. Every time that I type in Dell in Google, it tries to correct it, auto-correct it to Adele. Name, and password. Heck yes. Video in the program he uses it. I'll have to look that up. I don't know much about XP and trim support. I know that it doesn't natively support it. Let's see if I have any Core 2 mystery CPUs over here, because sometimes I just do have things hanging around. Well, I've got an Athlon XP. Oh no, just a regular Athlon, you know. Because of course I do, just sitting on the table. Oh boy. What else do I have? Random cooler. 500 gig Samsung SSD. That's cool. I think I need to get data off of that. I've got the holder for a Core 2 CPU. I've got a half-painted Battletech Rifleman. I should probably finish that, you know, before the end of this decade. Oh, I got a Pentium. Oh, no, I have an AMD Athlon. That's interesting. No Core 2 yet. Doesn't mean I don't have it, it just means I don't have it. Uh-oh, I don't think I have one up here. I can check my living room. Sometimes I've got CPUs just sitting around out there. I could use that E4600 as a temporary stand-in just to build the PC, but that doesn't seem like such an awesome idea. So, here's the thing. You're both correct. Sometimes you need to get a third-party BIOS to get the correct microcode to use a Xeon. Sometimes you do not. On this particular motherboard, it probably would use a Xeon perfectly fine. But what you do need to do is there's a little mod. I do have them. I have no clue where, but there's a little, like, special mod you have to do on the side of the CPU to get it to work in a 775 socket, because they're designed for socket 771. We're going to name this Don't Panic. Okay. That's XP more or less installed. Let me have a quick look out here to see if I have another, just, you know, CPU hanging around. You never know. I do. What is this? That's not Core 2, that's an i3-2120. Useless. At least for right now. Oh, I got some Western Digital Velociraptor drives, but that's not going to help me. I got a 486. Oh, my goodness. Give me just a minute, I found something really funny. I don't see any Core 2. Okay, so If any of you were here towards the beginning of the stream, we had an issue. One of the motherboards we tried to use had an EPS 8-pin, as expected, but it also had an EPS 4-pin, often called the Pentium 4 connector. But they were like really far apart. And the power supply we were trying to use was a smart 700 watt. It daisy chains both of its 8 pins. And it wasn't long enough. Well, I just found an 8-pin to 8-pin extender. We could have used it. I will never know that's over there. I have already lost it. Yes, capped on tape will work. So like I said, this is a workstation board. It is from an HP workstation. It should natively have the microcode for the Xeons. It just won't fit them without that special tape mod. Let's see. Okay, where's my flash drive that has all the goo on it to put in here? I don't know about those Kingston SSDs. They just don't seem to work. Don't know what it is. Where is my flash drive? Also, what I really should be doing is re-thermal pasting the CPU. I probably already did with that, like, oh, here's the flash drive. With that super, super cheap stuff that I used to use all the time. But that's fine. So what we're going to do real quick is, once the flash drive shows up, we will start copying over some games. And, before that, we're going to get drivers installed. Now, I will be looking into that Phil's Computer Lab thing to enable trim support. I will likely get that set up before I install the games, but I want to at least copy the files over and get the drivers installed. Is it ever going to pick up my flash drive? Oh, it sees that there's something connected. There we go. Oh, it's gone. There we go. Okay. If Augie ever watches this, what I think we're going to do is I'm just going to get the graphics card drivers installed, nothing else. Because sometimes this has the wrong drivers and it can really mess things up. So, I can't see a gosh darn thing. Yeah, all the text is a little garbled because the drivers aren't installed. And, key thing here, we are not installing the latest driver that's available. We're actually going to go several revisions back, because oftentimes the latest drivers for these cards aren't tested on these cards. So they will theoretically work, but sometimes they just don't, or they have glitches that you can't really predict in certain games. So I like to go a few revisions back. Ooh, hey! You are correct. I really should. And I have a lot of systems that are capable of PXE boot. 3000 series Xeons. Yeah, that makes sense. I actually have some down in my garage. And I don't want... You know what? Sure, we'll get the control panel. I don't know what Augie wants. Finish. Wow, this thing's kicking out some serious heat. Holy crap. For such a tiny thing. Okay, now we're going to restart. Will it prompt us? No, it won't, but we're going to restart. You know what? Drag and recycle bin up to the top left. Let's restart. I'll drag some game files over. We won't install them yet. I'm going to look into that Phil's Computer Lab thing to maybe get trim support enabled. That would be cool, because I could do that on a lot of Windows XP machines. And trim support really is necessary if you want to use these things long term. It helps preserve the lifespan of the SSD. So let's see. Oh boy. I'm really sorry about that, Dell, man. Oh boy. I should have something a lot better soon. Things have just been pretty crazy. I worked 85 hours this week at my job. Holy cow. Are we going to boot? Okay. Before I say that this is failing to boot, I want to say that sometimes on these older Dell systems right around this era, they will not boot if you have a flash drive plugged in. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unplug power, unplug my flash drive. It's really dumb, but it has happened before. Okay. Yeah, it's flash drive. Just the flash drive. There's a million different very silly ways that these computers can fail to boot, and that is unfortunately one of them. Hey, this thing has eSATA. Fantastic. And DisplayPort. Cool. Now that's for the onboard graphics. We're not going to be using that, but still very cool. Now, things are a lot more readable now. That's fantastic. Let's get some games copied over. Just a couple. We'll start with Battle Engine Aquila. Oh boy, what do I want to do? I thought that we were going to be streaming a lot longer than this, so I could go grab a couple of CPUs from my garage and build a system in here with this motherboard. I know that this works with 8 gigs of RAM, which is pretty fantastic. But I have been streaming for like 4.5 hours now, and I'm pretty tired. And super hungry. I need pizza. I need pizza bad. Oh, I never showed... Yeah, I did. I showed this. Okay, let's see. Make sure I'm caught up. Let's check out one of the servers I got. We could. I'd have to go get one. Yeah, you're correct. I would have to... So for that, I'd have to reinstall and repartition it, because Windows XP really doesn't like you manually altering the partitions after it's been installed. You can do it, but it doesn't like it. Speaking of SSDs, this is, and I showed this earlier in the stream, but that was 4 hours ago. This is one of the first consumer SSDs that was available. This is a SanDisk flash drive, 80 megabytes. It supports IDE, and this would have come in like a laptop or something, but I don't know what to do with it. It still works. That came out in like 98, so even in 98, 80 megabytes was pretty small. Could you even install Windows 98 on 80 megabytes? Maybe just the operating system. That's a good question. Yeah, I really am sorry about that, Dell man, but I have a couple other things planned. Windows 98. Minimum hard drive. Windows 98 requires between 140 megabytes and 355 megabytes. Okay. So that SSD is too small for Windows 98. That's really funny, actually. What would you have installed on that? I don't know. Alright, let's see. Let's get Flat Out 2 moved over. What to do? I am tired. I'm hungry. I'm very thirsty. I need caffeine. I've been streaming since 4:30. It is now 9:10. But we can keep going. Yeah, no, I gave Braxton a Dell, and one of the capacitors friggin' exploded, which, not that surprising, but unfortunate. Let's see. You know something? That, okay. Idea. Let's move this off of here so I don't drop it and break it. Let's move this off of here so I don't stick my fingers in it and get thermal paste everywhere. Idea. Oh, put this back on. We just got a system. We're not going to use this case for this. Ooh. I gotta move this out of here. Okay, here we go. I know what we're doing. So that's been moved over. You know what? We'll call it there. The XP machine functions. We've got a graphics card driver installed. I've got to figure out that trim thing. I'm probably going to get that done before I donate it because it would be very nice to have. Although, to be honest, I don't think Augie's going to play on this thing, you know, constantly. It's not going to be their daily driver. So let's move this cute little XP machine off to the side. Also, my wife should be home in about an hour and a half, and she can't. This cannot be like this when she gets home. So, okay. Here's what we're going to do. Braxton. Oh, this is going to be your PC. Let's see. I just stabbed myself in the eye. Yeah, you're probably right. Those old PSUs really did not last very long. So, what we have here currently is an i3 4160, I think. But someone donated earlier in the video. Get over here. This PC, well, motherboard and CPU combo, that has an i5 4590. Now let's see if I can get this open. Yes. We're going to take this 4590, install it in this system. We are going to see how much RAM we can put in it. Ouch. Pinched the heck out of my finger there. You know what? It's fine. And I have this GTX 950, which is a lot better than the 645 that I gave you last time. I don't know if this works. The person that sent it to me doesn't know if it works. If it does, it's yours. You can have this system. Now, see if, it'll be in a different case. I do not have the side panel for this case, but you can have it. First, though, I want to see if this graphics card even functions. So let's grab ourselves a power cable, get the graphics card plugged into power. I'm sure this has got to have... Does this not have PCIe power? Oh, here it is. It's just stuck. Okay. This plugged in. And we've got our adapter still on. Should probably get a keyboard plugged in at least. Okay. Let's see if this works. graphics card seems to function. So we need to do something about that EFI. Early EFI just kind of sucks. So let's get you an SSD. I don't like these Kingston ones. They just don't seem to work. It's too small. I don't know what size that is. Don't trust it. SanDisk Extreme. Too small. Too small. Inland. Perfect. This is just to get things installed. We will be transferring this to a different case at some point, and when I transfer it to the different case, we're going to add at least a 1 terabyte hard drive, probably a 2 terabyte if I can find one. That's one thing I'm very, very, very close to running out of, and that is larger capacity hard drives. All the ones I have left are either questionable or just, they're from like 2008, and although they work, I wouldn't trust them. So we'll get this set up for you. I want to give you a nice PC that isn't weird, isn't, on its way out. You can have this case if you really want it, but I do not have the side panel. Just letting you know. Okay. Oh yeah, I turned it off here. Come on. There we go. We're going to install Windows 10, and if you feel like installing 11, you're absolutely welcome to, but Windows 10 is just kind of the thing that always works. I should get that CPU switched over before... Oh, what's it complaining about? 9C. MSI H81M. USB detection error. Is it really going to be this? Yes, oh my god, okay. Well, let's plug that into USB 3 then. Did that just stop it from booting? Oh, there's cache OS on this SSD. Yeah, that's not going to work, I don't think. PC? What's on here? What did I install on this? I don't know the password anyway. So we're going to go ahead and... Which one's reset? I think it's this one. Can't see shit. There we go. I would offer you cache, but it works fine. But it is still Linux, and there are some issues you may run into, and I don't want to send you something that you can't mess with. That's fair, Warbob. That's fair. I've had issues with pop-up. What? Did I have to do anything else? Did it prompt me to boot from CD? It may have. Yes, it did. Okay. We're going to get Windows 10 installed. I am stumbling across my words. I'm very hungry. I'm actually going to swap the CPU after Windows 10 is installed. I may not even swap the CPU yet because I want to put a better cooler on here. I don't trust this stock cooler because it does that little fan twitch thing before finally spinning up. Maybe that's normal. Maybe that's how this board does powering on, but I just don't trust it. So, you know, mouse isn't plugged in. I suppose that would make the mouse not work, wouldn't it? I wish I had the side panel. This is a cool case. I wish I had the side panel for it. Okay, Windows 10 is installing. I cannot verify that this GTX 950 is in perfect shape. 2D rendering is a lot easier than 3D, and we have seen some of my 1070s that Elmo sent in where they will work on the desktop and then fail once you install a driver. So don't get your hopes up just yet, but we will give you a real graphics card, not another GTX 645. You will get a i5 4590, and I'm going to upgrade this to 16 gigs of RAM at some point. We still have the single stick of 8 gigs in here, and I mean, with 16 gigs of RAM, you have a reasonable gaming machine. It's better than what you have right now, that's for sure, especially since it exploded. You can keep that, by the way. Maybe you can fix it. Learn to solder, maybe replace a few capacitors. Who knows? Maybe just the I can't even think right now, I'm so hungry. Maybe just the power supply broke. I can give you a spare power supply, maybe you can get it back up and running, install Windows XP on it, and have a fairly decent vintage gaming machine. I think that'd be pretty cool. So, I have not yet tried Nobara myself. Yes, Arch Linux is still having those issues. It's not like if you install Arch, you're going to instantly be hacked. It's one of those things where it has a known exploit. They're working on fixing it. Don't click any weird links and you're probably going to be fine. That's... Oh, we are already getting good here. Every Linux distro that I've had, that I've tried, has had some sort of issue with it. But I do have a tendency to use weird hardware. For example, my AMD WX graphics cards. Those are workstation graphics cards. I have yet to ever get them to function at all under Linux. Supposedly there's a driver. I try the Nouveau driver, doesn't work. I get no hardware acceleration. I try the proprietary driver, doesn't work. I get no hardware acceleration. So there's one example of a problem. I have yet to get a Quadro of any type working under Linux at all. One of my friends has, so I know they do work, but getting it to run is a lot different than getting CUDA to work. And yes, I have installed the CUDA toolkit on various things. I just can't get it to work. I've had issues with my Frankenstein 3070. It's a 3070 mobile chip soldered onto a full graphics card with its own VRAM, and I can get hardware acceleration. The problem I have is if you install the Nouveau driver or the proprietary driver, it doesn't use the onboard VRAM. It'll use the chip, but not the onboard VRAM, which sucks because it starts using your system memory. There is a custom, Russian driver that's supposed to unlock the onboard VRAM, and I've had it work where it sees the onboard VRAM, but then it crashes when I try to run a game. Now this is Linux. Under Windows, I also haven't gotten it to work yet. So I haven't tried very hard under Windows, to be fair. I tried one version of the driver. They told me you have to do some stuff in the BIOS to make it work. I just don't have time. Alright, let's see here. Do you need Wi-Fi, or are you okay with just having onboard Ethernet, Braxton? Yeah, that's fair. A lot of things are better than the 310. Yeah, I am unfortunately still alive. I'm hungry. I wanna eat pizza. You can set your own password when you get it. I'll leave all this alone. No one wants Cortana, though. You can enable it later if you really want Cortana. Now, this is a slightly older revision of the Windows 10 ISO. I will get it all updated and all that stuff, and I will make sure that it's active before I send it down, even if I've got to pick up a code somewhere. But hey, we're looking pretty good. This thing might actually be a half-decent PC. I'll send some stickers with it too. It didn't complain about a bad BIOS battery, so I'm going to leave it for now. I might replace it later if I think about it. Wait, did I already replace that? I don't remember. Okay. Wi-Fi. Okay. Let me see what I've got. I have some PCI Wi-Fi cards. Got one right here. Transnet. Wireless N. BGN. I don't know about giving you a PCI Wi-Fi card. I've had a lot of issues with PCI Wi-Fi cards where they work great until they die and they won't let the PC boot anymore. I have a PCI Express Wi-Fi adapter down in the garage. I'll probably install that once I get everything else. I still don't have the mouse connected once I get everything else done. So, we are technically functional. Let's power it down, get the CPU swapped, and just see if it works with that CPU to begin with. Again, we're going to tear this whole thing apart later. Probably off camera. I don't have a lot of... Okay, just making sure that the thing still had battery. Suppose I could turn that off. I just want to make sure that the CPU works with this motherboard. This is one mangled cooler. Jesus. Wow. That's bad. Okay. Oh, wow. It also barely had any thermal paste on it that whole time. Okay. That's good. That's healthy for it. You know, give me 10 seconds, I'll be right back. Now, since I don't want to use my expensive thermal paste because we're going to be replacing the cooler soon. Oh my god, this isn't even screwed into the case. Who built this? It's got like a single coarse thread hard drive screw cross-threaded in at an angle. And then another screw here. And a proper screw here. That's it. Wow. But anyway, we're going to temporarily use this really crappy paste. Okay. Huh. The bottom of the CPU doesn't look so good. I mean, it was out of a working system, so it's probably fine. Get our thermal goop. It's not super great stuff, but I mean, who knows? Maybe it's halfway decent. Where did I? Here it is. I doubt it, but maybe it is. So, how am I going to do this? Because these are super spread apart and looking like they're wanting to break off. I think we're in. Yes. It's more secure than the motherboard is. Now, survey says, will it work with this CPU? Please enter setup to configure your system. Maybe. Hey. Okay, 4590, yeah. Yeah, we're good. This might be the last thing we do. My voice, or my throat's getting a little scratchy from talking all the time. Yeah, okay. I'm going to get drivers installed off camera because it's not very entertaining. And yeah. Move this over to a different case. I'm not sure what case I'll use. Oh, I do know what case we'll use. We'll use, I think it's an Antec like MX200 or something like that. The nice case I've got with the glass side panel that opens like a door. I've got one of those left, so we'll use that for you, Braxton. Let's see. I feel that, Dave. I feel that. Earlier today, I was debating just grabbing some nuts and washers to use for these heat sinks here, which ended up not working anyway, because I knew that I had my brackets around here, I just didn't know where. Yeah. Okay. You know what? Are you talking about, oh boy. Oh, I put my thumb in thermal paste. Coolers like, oh, this is Thermaltake. Where's the Zalman one I just pulled out? Where is that Zalman cooler? Is it still attached? There it is. Oh, oh. Gotta get that thermal paste off my, dang it. Like this. Zalman with that stupid bar that goes across the middle. I always lose that too. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You don't see heat sinks on the PCI Wi-Fi cards very often. I think... No, I agree also with Cortana. I'll get this thing finished up. It's not going to be now. I am tired. I've been live from 4:30. It is now 9:30. That's 5 hours. I guess thanks for watching. Let me grab a drink and we can chat for a little bit, but I'm done building PCs. I also got to get this clean somehow before my wife gets here. And she'll be off work soon. I wonder if I have any of those knockoff coffee drinks. Oh, I do. Hell yeah. Ooh. Okay. Oh, that feels real good on my throat. Oh, boy. Okay, let's see here. I gotta be careful. This is a touch screen, so I have to not touch it. Nova, when did you get here? Not a problem, Braxton, man. I'm sorry about that original PC. We will get you something that isn't crap and probably won't explode. So, I mean, I gotta be honest. This GTX 950 was donated to me, so I didn't pay for it. The whole general PC I paid $5 for. The SSD was donated by Elmo, and the CPU that's in here now was donated by... Oh, the paper's around here somewhere. Can't think. I'm so hungry. But, so I'm like $5 into this machine. I am absolutely wanting to give you the best that I can give you. So, what I can't do is I can't put a 1070 in here because I just don't have that many right now to use at all, even for my own stuff. I need more 1070s or 1060s. 6 gigs, not the 3 gig. I want to sit, but there's a bunch of stuff in my chair. So, hey, it's all good, man. You don't have to give nothing. But, I mean, I won't say no. I won't say no. Let's see. Well, I thought that it would be good because, doing this all live, I had a bunch of systems we never really got to. But I had a bunch of systems I needed to build, and I didn't have the time to make a full video because it takes me between 6 to 10 hours to record a video, plus editing time. And we're 5 hours into this, and I've got like 4 systems that we built today. So that's a lot better, building to time ratio. So I'm actually really lucky because usually I'm coughing my brains out all the time and sneezing because I have really bad allergies. But since I'm up here and not dealing with the garage, I haven't been doing that. So I was so concerned that that was going to be a problem that, oh, where did I put it? I brought like 5 tissue boxes in here. I've lost all 5 of them. There's one. Anyway, so, oh, Pentium 4 stuff would be fantastic. I love Pentium 4s. I hate them, but I love them. So, yeah, it's been fun to do this live for once. Everyone who's currently watching, did you get to see the first successful build? The first true HEDT build? Let me know in the comments. Did you get to see it? It was in a sick Xazer 2 case from like the early 2000s. Because if you guys haven't seen it, I'll go grab that real quick so you can see it before I go. I'm just gonna go grab it. It's such a cool build. I am so proud of it. Oh, boy, ow, that's a screw. Ouch. Okay. Ooh, almost fell. Here we go. I've got to move some stuff so I can slide it back into the light for you guys. Earlier today it was actually light out. The sun was shining through the window and this would have been illuminated. But alas, time marches on, regardless of whether we want it to. Oh yeah, we never put the sticker on here. We can do that real quick, because that's what actually finishes this machine. So, okay. Oh, you've been here the whole time. You're crazy. Okay. So here is... It's not really in the light still. Goodness, okay. How far do I got to push this back? I don't want to push my laptop off the table. Oh. Okay, kind of in the light. There we go, let's just tip it. Look at that. That is such a cool case. It's got like this design on the side too. Oh, but it's okay, because we are about to finish this PC. Yeah, it works right now, and it has a dual Pentium 4 motherboard. Technically Xeons, but they are Pentium 4 Xeons. So we're going to try to put this decal right on the side here. I've never actually done this before. How do I... In theory I know how to do it. Okay. What I don't want is that, where it's sticking to the backing. Come on. Almost. I don't want to rush it. Oh. There. No. Almost. Last one. Come on. Okay, perfect. Now, I can stick this. I know it's gray on gray. I know. That, I'm just going to use my fingernail to squeeze it against the case. Ideally, you'd have like a little plastic spatula. Ideally, you also would have cleaned it first, but why would I do that? You know me. Almost. And let's see what happens. Oh, that is good. We have one bubble. I don't want to be rushing it. Okay. Maybe I can... Yeah. Oh, we are... Oh, there's a couple bubbles. Let me fix those. We're looking good. Okay. Let me hold this up to the camera so you can actually see what the heck I did. You can kind of see it there, but here, let me get it closer. I will not be able to see the screen, so I'm just hoping that... Oh! It's kind of heavy. Oh! I don't know if you were even able to see any of that. Oh, but I'll pop this bad boy open real quick, and you can see the inside, because this is a friggin' cool computer. It's all aluminum. Can you see any of that? Not really. Shit. There you go. 2 Pentium 4s. Oh, it's so cool. I love this thing. We've got 2 Pentium 4s at I think it was 2.8 gigahertz. We've got a GeForce 6600 in AGP, a 120 gigabyte hard drive. I installed 2 hard drives because I wasn't sure if the first one would work. Turns out it worked fine. So I need to remove that second hard drive and use it in something else. And we use one of those MAG 550 watt power supplies. And that is that. God, I love this PC. I almost don't want to sell it. On that note, I've got about $150 in parts in this PC. I'm going to be selling this for $50 at Vintage Computer Fest Midwest. That is in Schaumburg, Illinois. I think it's the September 11th and 12th, maybe 12th and 13th, the weekend. You don't have to pay to get in. It is a free event. You can just walk in, and I will be there. I've got my own table, and if anyone wants this, I mean, I won't complain if nobody does, because that means I get to keep it. Also, this case alone sells for like $250 on eBay. So, $50 is a friggin' steal. So, I wanted to curse there really bad, but also, here, check this out. Check this out. That is a solid piece of aluminum. And you've got a little display here. You can configure it to show the thermals of your PC. I will be doing that. I just need to get another Molex adapter. Floppy drive, I think it works. It's a Sony. So is the DVD drive. I need to get, you know what? I need to get my my CD out of there. So I'll probably power that up in a bit here. But oh man, it's so cool. I do not have the key for it, unfortunately. I got this case from a gold scrapper. You should come. It'll be cool. Well, I mean, someone could pay more for it, but here's the thing. I'm poor. And for a lot of my... I mean poor. Like, most of the time, bank accounts in the single digits poor. If not negative. So, I could sell this for a heavy profit and make some money on it. But I don't want to gatekeep the vintage computer hobby. And, I mean, just look at some of the stuff online. You want a Voodoo Banshee? That's a, it's a piece of shit. The Voodoo Banshee is a bad graphics card. And yet, it's got the Voodoo name on it, so therefore, it's like $80 to $100 on eBay. That's stupid. You want a vintage system? You can't just go out and buy one because they cost hundreds, if not thousands of dollars sometimes. The prices on this stuff is insane. Like, if you want to build your own system with like mediocre parts, you're still looking, even building it yourself, if you have to buy everything, you're looking at like $150 to $200 minimum. But it's not worth that. And a lot of people, like myself, just cannot afford that. I want to keep this hobby affordable for people like me. So that's what I'm going to do. I don't have to make a ton of money on this. If I can sell it for $50, I've had my fun. I got to build it on stream and share it with all of you fine folks. I've had my fun. It's a cool system. I will be making another video about it. And, you know, if I can get 8,000 views on the video for this computer, that translates to about $25 in YouTube ad revenue. I know it's not that much, but if I sell this for $50 and I get $25 in ad revenue for the video that does this, then I'm happy, you know? And whoever gets this PC will hopefully also be happy. That's why I sell these things for what I do. It's I want people to share my hobby. With that said, there are certain things that I probably should sell for more. So, yeah. Let's see. Missed a couple of messages here. Power on the... Yeah, I did. I left the Dell branded Windows XP thing in there. So you know what? Yeah, we'll power it up. I'll show you guys. You will hear it. You will get some fan noise. I also kind of want to end the stream so I can turn on my AC again. So, let's get this powered up. There we go. Alright, let's see. What did I miss for messages? It is really an epic case. God, I love this. Also, box. That's wild to me. Okay. I think 2003, 2004 is right for this case. Let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and get this CD out of here. And I actually will put it back in its case, so that way I can use it again, because this is nice. It didn't ask me for a license key. It's one of those Dell OEM ones. Where is the, Uh-oh. Oh no, where's the case? Where is the case? Shoot! I lost the case. Why would I have put that anywhere other than right here? Uh-oh. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to find that later. But at least I got it back. This really is such a cool PC. Also, we found out that the front fan has a thermocouple. It's not a PWM fan, but it has a thermocouple that you jam into like a heatsink or something, and the front fan regulates its own speed based on the heat, how hot your system is. That's cool. Crazy, like, early 2000s technology. Let's see. It absolutely can play Doom. I think this could probably play Doom 3. The 6600 is not a bad graphics card. What else did I miss? Oh, absolutely. Cases at the free pile. That's where I got some of my other stuff. Okay, this is going to sound a little silly. Last year, I put 100 graphics cards in the free pile. So, roughly, it was like, I think I put 30-ish per day, just sneaking them in every now and then. Most of them were AGP. Most of them were kind of mediocre. We're talking Quadro, what's it called? The crappy desktop ones. Quadro V something. No. Doesn't matter. Crappy Quadros equivalent to like a GeForce 4, some actual GeForce 4s, a couple of FX series cards, and I think like a Radeon 9600. Let's see. Hey, I'm also driving a 21-year-old vehicle. I have a 2005 Ford Freestar with 300,000 miles on it. That's what I'm driving to the show. I'm going to have like 50 computers at the event. I'm giving away a ton of them if y'all want to go there. I'm just giving them away. Some, like this one, like I said, I got like 150 bucks in this thing. I can't just give it away. But I will be selling it for 50. So I do need to tidy up, especially before my wife gets back. Oh god. This was, it was pretty bad. Let's see here. I don't want the fan to be, you know what, we should probably just turn this off. Make it a little quieter in here. I know it's not, it's pretty loud. It's trying to read. Hey, Phenom 4 980. That's actually really cool. Let's see. The thermocouple controlled fans are so fantastic. Hey, last year I drove my 2000 Ford Crown Victoria, and the year before that I drove my 1987 Pontiac Sunbird. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is a heat machine with two NetBurst CPUs. Yeah. Yeah, my wife doesn't know how bad it's gotten. I need to get that done very quick. Okay. Lots of messages to catch up on, but oh boy, I think we're gonna have to cut it pretty soon here. I am tired, I'm hungry, my throat hurts. And we've built like a ton of systems. So okay, I really appreciate all of you. And soon, hopefully before the end of the year, I will be moving into a different studio. The garage has served its purpose. It got me out of this room, so my wife doesn't kill me every time I blow something out. So, but it is limited, and it's so infested with spiders, and worse yet, it's very humid in there. Every single computer on that computer wall is slowly being killed by the humidity. I guarantee it. If they're not already full of spiders and all that. I found a couple of places that seem to be good deals. One place is about the same size as the garage. It's in Des Moines, so it's like a 45-minute drive for me, and it's downtown, so that might add another 10 minutes in each direction. So we're talking like almost an hour each way. But for $250 a month, I get like 280 square foot, my own bathroom, 4 power circuits, included power. I get air conditioning, I get heat, and I get Wi-Fi and wired networking. That's a really friggin' good deal. So I probably should jump on it, but I'm not going to. I don't want to put myself, I just dug myself out of I was negative $900 in my account, and that's like half of what I make in a month. I just dug myself out of that hole. I'm not putting myself back in. So, speaking of which, if you guys want to check out my Patreon, it's in the link in the description below. So, now, there's a lot of really cool stuff on my Patreon for free. You do not have to be a paid member to get access to the exclusive stuff that I do post there. You don't. Free members get all sorts of good stuff. Anytime I post a video that is exclusive to the paid members, if you wait 4 to 6 weeks, I always shuffle that video over to the free tiers as well. Being a paid Patreon member, it's really just to support me. I don't really have many things to give you, unfortunately. I don't have time. I worked 85 hours at my work, my day job this week. So, anyway, yes. Screen, yeah, oh God. If anyone doesn't know what that is, look up LCD screen cancer. Oh God. So, was it Christy? Chris. Iowa may not be the Philippines, but we get something called corn sweat. Look it up. It's real. So during the summer, it might be 105 degrees outside. That's Fahrenheit. I think that's like 41 or 42 Celsius at 100% humidity. And at night, it'll still be like 85 to 90, again, at 100% humidity. I think that's like 36 to 37, I don't know, Celsius. But it's hot in Iowa, and it's humid. I feel your pain. And that's what I'm worried about my computers doing in that garage without dehumidification. They're growing mushrooms, the capacitors are swelling. It's a bad time. That's another reason why I give away so much hardware, because if I keep it, it will die, and it sucks. So, but what can you do? So let's see. Yeah, corn sweat's wild. Unfortunately, I can't leave a dehumidifier running the whole time because I'm not even really... I'm not supposed to be filming in there. The lease on that garage says storage only. I'm not allowed to run a business, or I'm not supposed to occupy the place, and I'm not supposed to use the power that's in there other than for lighting. So, yeah. Shh. Ooh. If they find out and tell me not to, I might have to be back up here just instantly, and I might lose the garages too, which would mean I'd have to move everything back up here overnight, which means all those spiders would come up and live with us. It's great. So, ugh. I appreciate that, James. Oh, it's been so long. Yeah. I've actually had leaky caps damage a PCB before. It was bad, but we're talking like, oh, what was that? It wasn't a computer. I think it was a VCR, and it had this great, big, chunky, like 6 farad capacitor. This big bastard, and it just diarrheaed all over the board. And when I finally got around to replacing it, it had just eaten away at the PCB and cut a bunch of traces. I'm like, it's not worth it for fixing a VCR. Of course, that was like 12 years ago. Now, I'd happily fix that because I have lots of VHS tapes and my VCR recently died, so, yes. Okay. Yes, it's true. So I actually can't get insurance on the garage. That is a big problem. I've also already had people find out where the garage is and come say hello, and I'm totally cool with people coming to say hello. But there's a lot of money in computer parts in that garage, and if people can find out where I am to come say hello, I'm sure you can see where I'm getting at. And my neighbors also know that there's a lot of stuff in there. So, it's a weird situation. I really hate this place. I need to get out of this apartment. Bad. But I don't want to just, talk negative at the end of the stream. I'm very happy that we got all these systems built. And I'm happy that that $5 computer ended up being as good as it was. The person who donated the other motherboard, we opened it at the very beginning of the stream. They also donated a 4690, I believe. That's going to go into that motherboard they sent us that I took the 4590 out of. And it'll be fun. It'll be a cool stream. Also, Nick, he was the one who donated this. I think this was a 4770 that was lapped, and it didn't work. It had eventually died. We will be re-attempting to fix this at some point, because this is a really cool motherboard. It's a Maximus Hero 7. So, back in the box it goes. Ooh. And there we go. Oh, I keep stepping on screws. I don't know why that would ever happen. Let's see. I need to get this out of the way. Ooh, boy. I can't sit. There's hard drives everywhere. And RAM. Oh. VCRs are awesome. Hey, you know what? If you have a spare, that would be fantastic. For a little while, I was... Let me turn this off. I was... I hesitate to say ripping, but I was copying all my VHS tapes to digital, just in case. You know how it is. Maybe the VCR eats your tape one day and destroys it, or mold grows inside the tape, which is something that happens. It is well, it only really happens when it's humid, but it is something that happens, especially if you store them improperly, like in your basement or something, and you're not dehumidifying the area. But any number of things could happen that destroys the tape. They just sometimes wear out. So I've been, before my VCR shit the bed, I was copying my VHS tapes digitally onto my computer, and it would be fantastic to have another VCR to let me do that, because I got about halfway through The China Syndrome. Excellent movie, by the way. Before it just like, I think the motor, I can probably fix it. It probably just needs recapping, because you press play, it goes for about 5 seconds and then stops. So it thinks it's at the end of the tape, and I think that's because the motor, either the motor's worn out or the capacitors are bad, and it's getting too much resistance, it's slowing down, and it thinks that it's at the end of the tape. So, but I'm not a VCR repairman, so I don't know. Oh, yeah. No, my wife's going to be home in about half an hour. I got to get this out. Whew. 4770 it's just a fantastic, even today, it's a fantastic CPU. You can overclock them pretty good and get mostly modern performance. So, I like them. Yep. Oh. Problem is, I don't know where to put all the stuff away. A lot of it I brought up here from my garage, and it has to go back down there. This Athlon 2500 needs to go somewhere safer than right there, though. Don't know where to put it. I think that's probably going to be it. I'm tired. My throat hurts. I gotta stop talking. I really appreciate you guys for coming and checking things out. I really do. And, I mean, especially DC Commander. He was here the entire 5 hours stream. 5 hour plus at this point. I started at 4:30. It is now... Oh, God. It's almost 10:10. Okay. I gotta go. I appreciate you guys. 4790, yeah? Ooh, Z87. Those are good. Don't piss off the wife number. Yeah. I gotta go. Thank you very much, you guys. I hope you have a wonderful evening. And now I just need to figure out how the hell to stop the stream. This is the first stream I've had that has been successful. I've streamed for 3 hours one time. It was MechWarrior 5. And I forgot to hit make public. So, anyway, I will catch you guys later. I hope you have a wonderful night. Braxton, I will get in contact with you and get that PC to you sometime, probably within the next 2 weeks, but, I mean, things happen, so we'll see. And for the rest of you, have a wonderful evening. Or morning, Patrick. Later. That. Yeah, I know I won't be able to reconnect. Just stop the stream. Good night, everyone.